Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
never made it. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. It's a down for one love and one people. What do you say? Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey y'all, hey y'all. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see me break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Stand strong.
All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is March 30th. Ooh, this year is flying by, quote, quote, year. Okay, so we have a great show planned for you. We are actually on episode 10 in our series, Universal Language, Codes, and Symbols. If this is your first time joining us, I highly encourage you to go back and look at the first few episodes. The main purpose of this particular series is to introduce, for those of you that are not aware of the basics of metaphysics, and also get into a discussion on what the universe is truly made of and the true science of the universe. So I highly encourage you to go back and check out the earlier episodes if this is your first time in the series. Just real quick, I want to give shout outs to the two of the opening songs. The instrumental song with the flute, that's an original piece by Nisi Poo, so shout out to Nisi Poo. Very, very beautiful piece. And then our jam over here, Brother Tavis, thank you for letting us use it. Soul of a Warrior. I was going to take it out of rotation, but it's just such the cut. I don't want to take it out. So thanks, brother, for letting us use it. So let me just send a shout out to the YouTube family in the chat right quick. Shout out to Brother Land. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. And thanks, Queen Ottawa, for coming in supporting Dr. Carmen Johnson on Monday with Pretense of Justice. So it was great to see you there. She's doing some very, very important work, fam, in the criminal justice system, advocating for people that's behind the wall. When they come home, they literally help write legislation. They go to court hearings. Oh my God, they do so much work. So shout out to the Pretense of Justice team. Shout out to the HOT organization, helping ourselves to transform. Shout out to the family. And shout out to Brother DeMarcus. He had a little baby. So shout out to Brother DeMarcus from helping ourselves to transform. Congratulations on your little one. I hope all is well with the little one and your wife. All right, fam. So thanks for that, Queen Ottawa. And shout out to Sis Thelma. It is so good to see Sis Flamethrower. I ain't seen Sis in here in a minute. So good to see you. Shout out to Arawakan. Good to see you. Sis Sandra's in the house. Shout out to Sis Angela. Shout out to Thelma. I think I got everybody. Let me make sure. Hey, shout out to I'm Born here. I'm Born. You missed it, brother. Me and Sus spank Carrie's ass in them spades. See, because Sus and I used that girl power and we just played off of each other and we spanked that ass. And every time I'm around Carrie, I'm going to spank that ass in spades. So you missed it, I'm Born. So shout out to Brother I'm Born. Shout out to Whirling Thunder. All right, fam. And then shout out to the YouTube family watching. Okay. So let's get started. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Let me see. Let me hit record. I'll be the main one with a little attitude.
Recording in progress.
If something happens. Okay, peace and love, sis. How are you?
Oh, peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda, and to the family. I'm great, thank you. Thank you so much for asking.
Good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Good to see everybody on the chat.
Yeah, it's good to see the fam. All right, sis. Go ahead on with the fuckery you got.
Oh Lord.
I know. You know, when right before we came on the air, I'm sitting there trying to mind my business like I normally do, catching a little bit
I know
of
what
the
you're
little
gonna
news.
say.
Girl, I ain't
Go
finna
ahead,
say
go
nothing.
ahead.
I ain't finna say nothing because I ain't finna say nothing. No, because it's your go ahead on with the fuckery time.
I was just about to get on too, and they said that they indicted Trump.
Mm-hmm.
No, I said, oh man, are they serious? Because all they're doing is, no, this is what I want to say. I mean, they fight the man. Okay, we got that. Why do our people have to do that? Melanated folks. Why do they have to be out there fronting?
Who front, girl, child? What I didn't miss? What melanated people got to do with Trump card's indictment? What did I miss?
Well, you know, but if you see, I've been watching it a lot, and our people are always out there like they're the important people and doing everything. And they may be, that's the point. They may be the important people, you know, doing the congressional hearings, the Democrats that are screaming, you know, and fighting with the Republicans. They are some melanated people that get up in their face.
Saying. Mm-hmm.
But who are they really? Are they Moors? Are they Moors? Because the Moors said they put them in charge until they woke up. So I'm like, And so they're out front like the Braggs guy. I tried to see if he was a Moor, but it didn't say it. I'm sure it wouldn't say it, but I tried it anyway. And because, I have a suspicion that most of these people who are standing back, like we said before, the melanated man standing back behind them, they're really the ones in control.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just, and I'm looking at this Braggs dude and say, because it's all about, settling out of court, that he's trying to make it something bigger than that. But a lot of people settle out of court to keep from going to court because court is
Right.
expensive.
Right.
But that's one of the things that I was going to talk about today. But California has been hit by bomb cyclones, and we have no, they have had damage to their properties and stuff like that. And so nuisance has declared a state of emergency.
Now, wait, back up, because I haven't heard this with Cali. What happened in Cali?
We had bomb cyclones.
What is that?
Well, it's really a wind and rain
okay.
storm.
Okay.
And we keep having them, and they keep tearing us up. They coming through, and we had rain today. I don't know if we had it last night, but last night, and we just keep having rain, and lots of rain, and winds at 75 miles an hour, tornadoes in LA, 100 miles an hour down there, stuff like that. And so, California is, sun and surf. But they got a new thing going on now
with a lot of
so
rain.
He just cleared.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't y'all have a tornado come through there, or no? Or is that the
no? The tornado. Two tornadoes came through. And down in Southern Cal, they had them, but I don't think they qualify. We had 75-mile-an-hour winds where I am in Central, so
yeah,
I don't know what they qualify that as, but they call it a bomb cyclone.
Yeah, because we had 60-mile-an-hour winds here. Shit, when was that? I can't remember. It was a few days ago. I'm tired of that shit knocking down my flower pots. I got to go back out there and pick them up. But yeah, we had high winds here, and the power was out for a lot of people, and trees down and stuff. So that's interesting about Cali. I just find it interesting that Cali's having this unusual weather, because that's not like California. It's usually, pretty consistent.
Yeah,
weather.
It is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But they didn't change because I have flooding in my house.
What?
Yeah, I did. The dirt from the wind blew into my gutters. And when
that was a wrap. Yeah. Do you have a basement or no?
No.
Okay.
No. California usually
don't. Yeah. I don't ever remember anybody in Cali with a basement. I was just asking, but yeah.
No, and so it overwhelmed my gutters, and the water ran in the house, and I mean a lot of water ran in the house, okay? So because I have 2-story, and so the water came down on all the stories of the roof, and that was a lot of water. And the wind was so high, it was blowing the water back into the house. So it's like, they said, "Did you take any pictures?" I said, "No, I didn't take any pictures. I was just mesmerized by watching it." What am I going to take a picture for?
You didn't have to strip down. You're not gonna have to strip down drywall and all of that, are you? Or did it dry out? Okay.
Yeah. Mold and everything is there. I had hardwood floors.
Oh, did they buckle?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Man.
I said, look at this. Look at this. But this is a minimal problem. This is my problem with the whole thing. They have people who have farms and homes in lakes, old lake beds. And I don't know if they told them.
So they got flooded then. Did that feel bad? What? Girl, stop.
Yes, ma'am. They have floods in there. I see they have this one picture on the news, and it's water everywhere. And then you see this lone mailbox almost up to the box itself with water, and the farm off in the back. So the only way they're going to get out of that farm is they're going to have to get them a kayak, or they're going to have to get them a boat. or put on some, high rise boots and walk through all that water they got, because it's a lake bed now, and their home is sitting in the middle of that lake bed. And there's
That's
some other
messed up.
places. Well, see, I don't. The problem is they don't. I don't think they make you aware that you bought in an old lake or
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
oceanfront.
Because that's basically a flood zone, to be honest.
Well, they never put it up there like that. They
That's
never. They
messed
haven't
up.
sold houses. They haven't sold, and that's the part is messed up. They haven't told people that these places are flood zones, because you have to buy more insurance for
Yeah,
that.
because
Right?
I was gonna say, because you can't even claim that under homeowners, if I'm not mistaken, or can you? I don't know. It kind of
Well,
gets tricky.
well, I don't know, because I just claimed mine
Okay.
to my insurance. They're sending people out and stuff, and they just sent me a notice of an emergency, state emergency act, which means Governor Newsom did all that.
He declared state of emergency.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
So
oh my God. I'm
it's
sorry,
really,
sis.
no. I mean, like, okay. But
That's
it's all right.
frustrating, though. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
frustrating.
Well, yeah, because you have to find contractors and all this kind of stuff. It's
Girl,
all
be
on you.
careful, because you know they're gonna when I
Back at the prices.
well, they're gonna be circling around sharking, because one of my houses in Atlanta, tornado, and that was like a tornado zone, came through and like blew half the roof off. I had renters in there, and it
Ooh.
like tore that neighborhood up. Okay, and some really had a lot of damage. I just had my roof and some of the siding was tore up. And girl, soon as the storm settled, like that next day, I came up there to check on stuff, and check on the tenants and all that. Girl, it was so many contractors just swarming around trying to get business. So be careful. Check their references. Check to see if they have any complaints on them.
Yeah. Well,
Don't get their ass no deposit, because they be out trying to scam.
Well, I went through my insurance and they sent people.
Okay.
So
Okay, yeah, that's different.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because my insurance,
Yeah.
they didn't do that. I had to find the contractors. They just came out and assessed the damage and said the amount and cut the check, but I had to find the contractors. So
Yeah. I just
Okay.
hate my deductibles. I don't like them deductibles for, what
they not gonna
happened.
just take it out of what they gonna pay you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, but I'm still with you.
That's what they
Who the
do.
hell wants to do deductibles? But it is what it
Yeah.
is. I mean, at least you have insurance.
Oh yeah, that's true. This is true. But I'm just really, I know when I dug a pond out here back in 2006 or something, I came across sand and seashells.
Girl, so
Mhm.
let me sip
They ain't
water for you.
They ain't telling the whole truth when they sell this property.
And see that,
And on the
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
And on the mountains over in the east, they found fish fossils up there. So that tells you how far up the ocean extended, huh? On the lake. I said,
What in
oh
the
my God.
reset?
Oh, I said, oh my God, are you serious? And they're east of me. And I said, fish fossils?
Because aren't you by like the bay, or am I confusing it?
No, I'm not at the bay. The bay were worse up there. They have lakes up there that unformed. Sure have.
It's messed up.
So I said, wow. Don't take much rain because the lakes and the rivers always go back to their original origin.
They do.
And so these people then sold all this property, because California was islands.
True.
So that
True. Now, you
means
know, the Moors say that California itself was an entire island and it was filled in and built up to be connected. Now that's what they say. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they're saying.
I saw the map. I saw the map. With Carrie Mail had the map, and yeah, it was all segmented out there in the ocean and island. Yeah, I saw it.
Because that reminds me, like if you in the Carolinas, especially South Carolina, you got all of those islands there, and the
Georgia
further,
too,
in Georgia, yep, you got St. Simon, and damn, what's the other one? Tabby, yep, because I can't remember. I think Tabby's on the left, St. Simon's on the right, if I remember correctly. But yeah, like Georgia, South Carolina, they got all of those islands. But once you get to that coast, you start seeing the sand. So you talking about that sand, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's really, really interesting.
And that's a telltale sign that water been there. I said, oops.
Girl.
That was years ago when I found it. I said, oh my God. So now they having all these rain, they got just rain and rain and rain and rain and rain coming. So let's see what happens.
Yeah. Well, I'm so sorry, sis. I'm so sorry. I hope everything works out and you get to get a little extra and build some stuff up that you wanted to do in the house. Hopefully it works out. Your numbers work out for you, but
well, my house is pretty sturdy because I have cement roof, tiles.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, so nothing's blowing away except for the sand blew in the gutters, and that was really kind of telling. I said, I was
not dirt, now sand.
Well, it's dirt. It was wet. Anyway, I can put a flower in the dirt that came out of there. Girl. A whole flower pot. That's how much.
Girl, you done made my nerves bad. I'm scratching and stuff.
I said, that was a 12-inch pot. And I went and got a pot that was empty, and they put the dirt down on the ground, and I scooped it up and put it in the pot.
You might as well, shit. It's a fertile soil. I would do the same thing, sis. I ain't finna lie. Grab some of my pots, scoop with shit. I ain't gotta buy no dirt for this flower pot. So
no, I don't have to. I use that dirt. The man kept scooping it. I said, that's almost like a half a cement bag.
Yeah, Sea Islands, South Carolina. That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, Sea Islands. Yep. And St. Helena Island, and it's another one down there too. I can't think of right now, but yeah, that's messed up. That's messed up, sis.
There's a lot of stuff going down, but I wanted to talk about that the internet and stuff, social media and stuff. They're trying to get rid of TikTok, right?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Nisi Poo's supposed to had sent me something. Maybe I'll get it and put it on the community wall, because Princess Asia, she wanted to put something on this whole TikTok thing. So they had made something for us to discuss. It's a really interesting take, but go ahead, sis.
They're trying to slip in another restrict act, restricting all social medias that are foreign owned or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so where the Commerce Secretary will regulate it. So that means they can regulate anybody out of business. And they're trying to sneak that in. Some of the rhinos,
So, but only the foreign own apps. So like TikTok, and then what else would fall under that category?
Twitter,
Oh,
because Elon.
okay, okay.
Let's see, uh, Gather,
Yes, yeah, child. I don't know nothing
Getter,
else.
Getter, Getter,
I don't even
Getter
know
would
what that
go.
is because I know.
Cause
Okay.
he's Russian. Because he's Russian, I think that said about him. So what they're doing is really closing down truth. Those stations that tell the truth, like Twitter and Getter and all those kind of places, because the Commerce Secretary, and if we deal with this administration that we're under, they really in trouble because this is a dictatorship we're under. So they're going to choose everybody they want to do it. So they're trying to get people to say not to pass that Restrict Act because Mitt Romney, I think it was mentioned in
And
there,
his ass is still
and
around, girl.
yeah, and Schumer and
Mm-hmm.
people like that. So when you see those names on there, it's not for our good. It's not for the people's good at all. So they that's what those things are doing. They're trying to control that. And Twitter, Elon Musk, he's not even supporting AI technology because he says it's not good for the for us. I didn't see the reasons why, but he's trying to restrict it too on AI technology. And some other tech companies are trying to block
This
AI.
is interesting. I don't know why. I think there's another the obvious reason behind them going after TikTok is censorship. But there's something else to it. I don't know as
Well,
of
it's
yet what
because
it is, but there's something else to it.
they said that China gives the children these crazy challenges games, and a lot of kids are getting hurt by those challenges because they're stupid enough to follow it. But they don't give it to their children; they just
Yeah,
give it
they're
to the
very
children in this
heavily
country.
censored over in China.
Right. And so they don't give it to their children, but they give it here. And those challenges, I can't even remember one of them, but some kids were killing themselves by doing the challenges they see people on TikTok do. So it's really, parental control they should have and lock that sucker down. But, they don't do that. Parents let their kids, entertain themselves when they're at work or whatever.
Yeah,
And the kids are,
that's a big part of the issue because you're playing a dangerous game when you allow government to tell you what you can watch. Um, I just think that's a dangerous game.
it is. It is. And it's
So
a dangerous game when parents don't supervise their
that
children.
I told 1000%, and that's the point I was getting at. This is no different than when our generation was coming up. Monitoring what your children were watching on TV. My generation is the first generation where video games came out. Um, and that had to be monitored too. So I don't know if parents just automatically feel like the TikToks and stuff are just safe and just feel that their children are only going to view content that's on the child side, because I've heard people complain about even content that is geared towards children. And I've heard other content creators talk about this. Content creators that have content that's geared towards children and they have millions of subscribers, that they'll do some slick shit and slip in stuff in this children's content that shouldn't be there.
Oh yeah.
And then they
Oh yeah.
don't get strikes. Okay. But yet, the rest of the content creators, if we breathe wrong, oh, your content is not suitable for such and so audience. And then the second part of that equation is some of those content creators that make children's content have been busted for doing inappropriate things regarding children.
Exactly.
So parents really, really need to step up their game and monitor what their children are looking at. And I know it's harder nowadays because, you all let them have a device and they have access to the internet and, they use their phone more than anything. But parents have got to do their job, because in my opinion, this is my opinion, it's this whole ban on TikTok stuff. It's not about these babies. It's something else to it. And I know censorship is a part of it, but I'm sure there's even something beyond that to it, and it'll be revealed. So,
of course you will. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on. I got a list.
Well, what else you want to hit up, sis?
Well, we're talking about the children. Now, the children are demonstrating at these colleges because colleges professors are teaching them, right, Marxist and Chinese, all that kind of stuff, communistic stuff. And the judge went in there to speak to the college, I think it was at Stanford. I forget what university it was. And he got booed out of the place, even by the professor. I said, what? Because he came in there and started talking to them in the law school over there, and they ran that judge out of there.
Wow.
I said, what? Because the children nowadays are now demonstrating, guess what? For trans rights and stuff like that.
But did the booing have anything to do with that with the judge, or was it something else?
No, that I don't know what he was telling them about, but they wouldn't let him speak because he's a conservative Christian person.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And they don't want conservative people speaking, and so they're getting disrespectful and they booing them. Like Kentucky, they don't want conservative people saying anything to them. And they don't want Christian folks at all. They had that shooting Monday of all those kids at the school, and so the news won't mention that the lady was a trans. Yeah, but
that was a big controversy, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, and they're fighting over that,
What does the person's sexuality have to do with the act that they committed?
Well, what they want to do is to acknowledge that it was a hate crime against Christians because it was innocent children and and the staff. But the news won't. What's it called? Not the news. The JOD, the Justice Department of Justice, won't even admit that it was a hate crime because the girl went there, the person, I don't know what you call it, went there when they were a kid, I suppose, and went back there and shot them up. But they had a manifesto that said what they want to do. But the Justice Department won't release it because they don't want to implement the woman for who she is. Because the trans stuff has to do with your hormones. They're thinking is, the aggression that it makes you, if you're doing progesterone for being a male, and the aggression and the anger that you have.
Let me get my fake cigarette, okay? This gonna be, I saw that meme with from the Paid in Full when he was sitting in that car stressed out and he had his square like this, and he was like,
Yes, a lot of stuff.
That's
It's a
how the
lot of
fuck I
stuff.
feel. Because
Yeah. But it's so bad that the trans community is having a revenge demonstration on the 1st of April. That's how they took it. They bad.
and
I
I
said,
don't
what?
in their defense, I don't blame them. I don't I am so sick of people on this planet. I really I'm like, get me the fuck off of here. I am so sick of people.
It is a
Because
difference. It is a difference.
that person's sexuality has nothing to do with the act that they committed. It has nothing to do. Everybody is wrong on both sides. Now, last week I had to get on the LGBTQ plus community's ass because I done told them you need to monitor your community. You need to make sure these youngins, because it's a lot of youngins that's coming up with some crazy shit that's staining your brand, okay? I've been telling y'all that for years, okay? All right, so shout out to the LGBTQ plus ones that's real ones, and stand up and say, no, stop it. That has nothing to do with this. Now, this is what I'm going to say. Again, that person's sexuality had nothing to do with the act that they committed. Okay? That's number one. Number two, with the Christian conservatives, they another group. You allowed the nutcases to stain your group. So ain't nobody trying to hear what you got to say either, because you don't know how to go somewhere and sit the hell down and act like you got some goddamn common sense. I'm sick of people on this planet running around here acting like fucking children. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care who you fucking love.
No, I don't either.
It is how you treat people, and do not cause harm to others. This shit is simple. And see, what I'm not finna do on this internet is give energy to this foolishness.
It's a lot of it. And kids are demonstrating in different
makes
schools.
No sense. Stick with the issues. That particular person came in, did what they did, and took people's lives. Their sexuality has nothing to fucking do with it. Now, LGBTQ plus community, listen to me. That's the argument you need to land on. Because if you land on anything else, you're going to get your ass handed to you.
They already did. It's too late.
Okay? I am telling you. You have to start looking at things from a logical perspective. If you want people to respect you, as you should, everybody deserves respect. Respect you for who you love, what your sexuality is, who you want to be with. You can't turn around then and use it as a weapon, okay?
That's what they're doing.
So I am advising you, shut that shit down. Shut it down. Y'all should have shut that shit down immediately when it was rumbling coming out. Oh, the person is straight. I'm like, what the fuck that got to do with the person coming in shooting somebody up? And to me, it's probably a psyops. But now that's just my opinion. Because they know what buttons to push with the mass
get the people
populace.
They do. They do.
I don't have it to give. It's elementary at this point. It's low level, and you got a bunch of adults sitting around fueling the foolishness.
The children, they're getting the children riled up. You know, I remember.
Well, they don't have to get the children riled up because it's the fucking adults.
Yeah.
It's not the children. Let's be clear. It's not these babies out here being fucking bigots. It's not these babies concerned who doing what to whom in bedroom with which hole. It's not the babies. Let's be fucking clear. It's these goddamn adults. Mind your business. If they're not causing you any harm, not disrespecting you, not causing others harm, leave people the fuck alone. That's across the board. That's why this planet is so fucked up. Because instead of people dealing with their own shit, you want to project your shit onto other people.
And to the children.
It's none of your business what people are doing with their lives.
No, it isn't.
Parents, it is your responsibility to create the values and principles in your children. That's your responsibility.
That's right.
Don't blame it on no group. That is your responsibility. And yes, I empathize with you because y'all dealing with a hell of a lot. But it's still your responsibility. Nobody is going to elevate if you keep being stuck in these elementary ass topics.
Yeah.
Because what we have to realize, the quote, quote, straight population, when you allow and shit on one group, you fencing to get shit on as well. Okay? Now we got the conservatives. Conservatives, I'm finna get on your motherfucking monk ass tonight. Cause see, I ain't forget. Don't nobody get no pass. You brought it on yourself. You stained the conservative name. You stained Christianity with your fuckery. Because you didn't put your dogs on the leash with that fuck shit. Now you done took it to the extreme. I've just about wanted to vomit. It was some fool out of South Carolina up there talking about some. If a woman gets rid of a pregnancy, even if she gonna die, some old bullshit, then, she gonna be brought up on charges. It was something so fucking crazy. I said, I can't with these people. I absolutely cannot. This is about people in general that don't have their particular mental and spiritual health together. Because when you got your shit together, or you working on your shit, or you working hard to keep your shit together, you ain't got time. What the fuck I got time to worry about what somebody else the hell is doing? Shit. I'm trying to make sure I'm doing my two-step, trying to make sure I don't fuck up and miss a beat. I don't have it to give. I didn't have it to give last year. I didn't have it to give 5 years ago. I didn't have it to give 10 years ago. People need to grow up, mind their business, take care of their business, get mentally healthy and spiritually healthy. This is a bunch of bullshit ass conversation. I don't have it to give. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, next topic. Shit.
You know that the 800, what is it? 8,000, 8,700 IRS people they hired. Well, when they had those meetings with in the House, Republicans and Senate, whatever, they had this reporter there by the name of Matt Taibbi, and they were trying to make him give his sources up, and he wouldn't do that. And the Democrats were, cross-examining him and all that kind of stuff. The next thing he knew, the IRS agents were at his house.
That's wrong. That's bullying.
Yeah. That is bullying. That's the whole thing. So that 8,700 IRS agents, will probably start intimidating folks because they wanted him to give up the sources because Elon Musk, he they figured it was him that told him the things that on the censorship and all this kind of stuff that the government is censoring people. Well, I'm on like on my computer, and when I listen to stuff, they buffer mine all day long. I have to refresh it just to hear a report because the computers are buffering what I have. So, and when we're on this show, the bot shows up. They don't have to ask who knows about all that stuff. He's not the only one know that censors. When we were talking about the hoochie coochie, they were censoring us.
Right. Right.
And
Which it turned out to be absolutely true with the lab and all of that jazz. And I ain't heard no apology. We still waiting on an apology. Shit.
No. They want to control the people's, voices, and they're threatening to, turn off all this
Let me
stuff
tell
so they
you
can't
something.
hear it.
And I know you know this, but I got to make this statement. I don't give a damn about none of that. Because I said what I said and I did what I did. That's not going to stop it.
No.
You cannot stop truth. That's just the bottom line. Now, people may not want to accept it, and that's okay. I'm cool with that too. They don't have to accept it. So that bullshit they talking, I don't care anything about that. Because, see, what folks want to do is to put fear in people because, contrary to popular belief, the science behind emotions is only two: fear and love.
Fear and love, that's it.
Okay? They want to keep you in the fear mode. I ain't got that to give either. So I don't give a fuck who said what to whom, on what day, across what street, and you monitoring me. I don't get no damns about none of that. I said what I said. I did what I did. And I meant what I said. And if more people get the balls to do that, it'll go away.
Truth is the teller, isn't it? It's the winner. I don't care what they say. And you don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be a Christian to tell the truth. And that's one thing I don't like about the Christians. They think that unless you're on their team,
but not all Christians are like that. And now in Christians' defense, in Christians' defense, because I give respect to everybody. It's not my business what you choose to worship as your faith. I respect you in that decision. So not all Christians. You do have some Christians, they get it. They get that people ain't rocking with it for whatever reason, and that's what it is. I'm cool with that. So I'm not even with that, okay? It's just a shame, just like with anything, you have some nutcases that give it a bad name. That would be just like people, and I'm myself included, talk about the trash ass black community as a collective. That would be like them saying, well, you a black woman, so you this or you that, you that, Mm-hmm. So no,
you can't stereotype
we don't
people.
do that over here. We
don't have to be. We don't have to be a Christian to know what's right, and we don't have to be a Democrat to do wrong. So
because people are people. People are people, and this is why I'm real big on individuality and being able to stand in your own decisions, in your own truth. Because groups can be very, very dangerous. Because the vision can get lost. It can become corrupted. So for me, doesn't matter what any group does, what any person does. I'm going to do me regardless. Because I know me. I know what I stand on. I know what my values are. I know what my principles are. I know what I will tolerate, what I won't tolerate. So all that other shit, okay. We are supposed to be evolved souls. I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back. We are supposed to be evolved souls. Things that we did when we was youngins, we're supposed to have grown up from that. And I'm seeing a lot of adults running around like they're just coming into like experience and world things. I'm like, you're fucking thinking like you're a teenager or you're in your 20s.
Or
You know, well, they are asleep. It's like, get your shit together.
wake up and smell the
Get your
coffee
shit
where you
together.
at.
Don't you know how to think on your own? Don't you know how to use deductive reasoning? Don't you know how to navigate your life without looking outside of yourself? Because if everybody on this planet was working on themselves like they're supposed to be working on themselves, none of this shit will fucking matter. But everybody is looking outside themselves, grabbing onto the next headline because it makes them feel good. It's an escapism. It's a way to point out at, well, yeah, that's really fucked up. At least my situation ain't like that.
I mean, if people start living for themselves, they would learn how to live better and longer instead of trying to get somebody to
You
tell them what
will
to do.
live better and longer. When you're focused on yourself, you're not harming anyone. You do live better. You do live longer.
Mm-hmm.
Because really the business that really pays you is minding your motherfucking business. Because when you're doing that, you literally do not have time, quote, quote, energy to be in somebody else's. And people are wasting lifetimes. And you notice I put that plural on there.
Mm-hmm.
With bullshit. I'm not interested. I was barely interested in my teens, barely interested in my 20s. And once I rounded that 20 corner and stepped in the 30s, that's when I really didn't give a fuck.
Oh, I hit 40.
It's elementary.
Mm-hmm.
That's why folks are uninformed. You got grown ass folks can't hold a conversation. I can't do it. Go ahead, sis.
Well, you know, I just got hung up on the other day because people stay on the computer playing card games and other kind of games, and they're not paying attention to their lives. And when they call me up on the phone, because you know, I'm a nurse in my profession, and they tell me all their drama, and and then I tell them what they need to, you know, work with, and then they get upset because I done told them many times before and they didn't listen. They never listen.
See,
And
they
then
know not to call
when
me
you-
because see, you don't get to keep whining to me, and and then
Especially when
you still
Yeah.
call. Did we not just talk about this? Okay, I understand you grieving. Okay, I'm gonna give you that. But see, you don't get too many chances with me to make the same mistakes or to whine about the same thing. So they know don't call me. When they call me, they really like, okay, it's about action. I don't have it because that's energy I could be using to do something else. Shit.
You know, and then when they take, well, I took all of them. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I took all of them.
Shit, so, I mean, you know what you want from me then? Shit, what they calling you for? Shit.
Hey, I'm just like, you ain't right. I did it. Ain't nothing wrong with me. Oh, but your kidneys are failing.
Child,
but you
and
just
even
scored.
if everything is hunky-dory, what do that
Lord,
got to to do with me? Good, sis.
Oh my God.
Good, bruh. I'm glad everything. Why are you calling my line with this foolishness? Shit.
Well, it was that banking crisis,
Shit.
and they said, remember the bank that fell in SVB in Silicon Valley?
Mm-hmm.
And they straight out said, well, that ain't got nothing to do with us. We don't have to pay for it. I said, really?
Well, let them not have nothing to do. I mean, that's be the fuckery I be talking about. That's why I don't have conversations with people about that stuff, because they're not, bottom line is they're not interested.
Well,
and I'm not going to try to make somebody interested. So when the shit jump off, that's when my phone be jumping off the hook, and I look at that motherfucker like, nope, not answering. Nope, nope, nope. You can really go fuck yourself. You glad I didn't block you. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, that's my peep. Let me answer. I don't give a damn about none of that.
Yeah, they don't need to talk.
They are adults. They're adults. Now, if it's these babies, cool. And I'm going to give the babies the information. But a grown person, I ain't got it to give. No, I'm not doing none of that with you. Nope. No, I'm not. I'm not doing it.
No.
Shit. All right. Nephew New, why are you on?
How you doing?
Peace and love. I'm good. How are you?
Doing very well. Good evening, Auntie Sandra. How are you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Thanks for asking.
I'm glad you're here so you can get your list out.
Yeah, what list you got? Well, go ahead on with the fuckery. They irritating shit. They irritate me with this bullshit. But go ahead, nephew.
Well, I just had a perspective. Realistically, it was based on the information we keep providing. What I come to find out is we are divine, period. And they don't have any control on us, period. We have to consent to whatever that they are doing, right? We know that to be fact. So how do they have consent, or how do they pretend they have consent over us? Brother Odell had showed us with the SQV Trust that they are holding our soul, bounding our souls, bounding our bodies in a document. How did they get power to do that? Is basically, first of all, we use maritime law, right? The law of the sea.
Right.
So we know when they say birth, it's also, we know it as a human birth, but they also know the ships to be birthing a ship, right? So they play linguistic games with us. Right. So when you give birth, right? As I said, we are divine. So the first, I gotta step back. There's a ancient story about a goddess named Sophia, and that goddess had two kids in her, and the bad one basically, or the corrupt one, came out first, right? But she had a divine being in her. So understanding there's still the story about Eve having two nations in her womb, right? So the division is, you give birth, the divine entity comes out first. You, the living physical being. Your mother agrees to sever the cord with your other half. That other half later on comes out and is also birthed, the second birth. That birth is this, in today's society, that your placenta, we know this is the placenta they're giving birth to, is being discarded. From a maritime law perspective, that is a second birth. That birth has no, is discarded. You've cut physical ties from that birth, and you don't want nothing else to do with that birth. But excuse me. But before they can legally do anything with that birth, they need your mother to basically be a witness to said birth. And remember, it's not our property anymore; it's their property because your mom cut ties with it. So it's now their property, and they need just her to now bring this property into ownership. Or when you're bringing something into life, they have to have a witness to say it was there, notarize it. So your mother is notarizing that, yes, this birth happened, and this I am cutting ties with said birth. This is why the male doesn't need to be on the documentation, because he was in the waiting room while all this was going on. So he wasn't part of the ordeal. It was just between the mother and the state. So this cargo is left, and they are now in control of it. Because your mom signed it off. It is you, because it was a part of you. And now they are controlling that. Remember, they use it. Exactly. They use the physical placenta to sell off for stem cell research, for this and that, organ harvesting, blah, 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 blah. But now they have the documentation with your DNA tied behind it to now give them the legality to say they can control you as an entity. But you, the divine being, is separate to that. Because again, your mother cut ties. If she had, if your mother had done a natural birth and gave birth to the placenta, took you home, and had the placenta come off naturally, they would technically legally have no standings to do anything to you. But they still, again, through threat, make you sign a documentation, consent to go through this regimen. But it's based on that you are cutting ties with yourself, and it's a discarded cargo. And in maritime law, they now have to claim that cargo. Your mom's a witness to that transaction, and now they have that legal documentation on you. It was just, so that was just something I wanted to just bring the family to, seeing how they're manipulating our actions. If we do what we're supposed to, take care of ourselves, take care of our family, they technically would have no legal right to do anything. But we give it to them by consenting to their way of giving birth.
Yeah. No, totally agree. And I guess that's why I don't have the patience and the energy for the foolery, because what's going on, we're literally talking about your essence, we're talking about your soul, and this other shit, it don't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's the Wizard of Oz.
It's taking you off focusing on what the fuck you supposed to be focusing on. It's you.
Yeah. Imagine
to
if
break
we put all
that
our energy,
cycle. I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
I'm just saying, imagine if we had all our energy and resources. Like, first of all, we're the only mammals or living organism that has to pay or has to work
to live on the planet.
Exist.
Yeah.
Right. That makes no sense. So all of our energy and resources are going towards a system, a paradigm that has no real ending, because it's just perpetual slavery in a sense.
Right.
So what would we be doing? Where would we have accomplished? What could we have been? Blah, 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 blah. How high could my frequency could really be if I didn't have to deal with the fuck shit on a regular basis?
Exactly. And that stifles, because we're constantly in a survival mode, that also stifles creativity and you being a creator, creating an environment and a world that is for your benefit and your best interests. So the distraction is the system itself is the distraction. Okay.
And check this out. See, the system is actually more like a parasite. It is distracting you so it can continually feed off of you. Because it doesn't care what you're distracted on. It's now given us every perverted aspect of every thought we could ever have. Just focus on something while I feed off of you. That's where we are now.
That's exactly what it is. While we feed off of your energy. So that's why I don't do the collective. I don't do the 99% shit. At a minimum, I interact with the 10%, but the rest of that, I just don't have it to give, because it's so low level from an energy perspective that it's mind blowing. And the sad part, this is the saddest part. As much technology that we quote quote have, which this shit still ain't really shit versus what was really going on back then, but I'll table that. As much technology as we have, people are dumb as fuck now.
Don't kick as a fucking doorknob. Oh God.
It's bad. You can't literally hold a
know
conversation. It takes my place, sister. She like, I could tell when you get irritated when you talk to people. I'm like, why you say that, sis? She like, cause you just zone out. I'm like, sis, I just don't have it to give to just people be so clueless and
Stupid. You be wondering where they been.
it's bad.
It makes no sense.
It-
And that's why it's
it's
so
really
easy
bad.
to pawn them off on stupid. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
is
really bad,
unbelievable.
and it's purposely set up that way because if the realm is really all about energy, and if the realm herself is raising her energy frequency, so by default you have the opportunity to raise your energy frequency. You can raise it quickly, you can create stuff quickly.
But they can dumb down.
That's why everybody's being dumbed down. That's exactly why people are being dumbed down. And I just don't have energy for that. I really don't. That's not my focus. Okay? And again, if you are working on self, you ain't got time for that. You just truly don't. You just trying to keep your shit straight. Like I said, it's like doing a two-step. God damn it, okay, I throw in one of the line dances, okay? I get a little bit more complicated. Throwing in one of the motherfucking line dances, and then somebody come along and you get distracted and now you're off of your course. No, I don't have that to give. I really don't. Yes, nephew.
And what I'm come to understand, creation, what I've been told, doesn't care. It's having an experience, and it really doesn't care if it's good or bad. It's in a neutral position. It just wants to
Absolutely.
experience. So it's really
Oh
about
yeah,
you.
yeah.
You have to be the one to put it in a positive or negative. So it's like all the negative shit's happening. You can't really. You have to be neutral about it, realistically, because you don't want to pull yourself in that direction. And if you want to be positive, you are the only one in control. Because spirit, consciousness, whatever it is, doesn't give a fuck. It's having
Truly.
an experience.
Yeah, it's energy.
Fucking
Absolutely.
It's having an experience.
Absolutely.
Or energy, exactly. It's just energy. Yeah.
I 1000% agree. So, fam, do keep doing you, do you, but just realize, don't let nobody come out here and tell you you don't have control, because you do have control.
Yeah.
And you know that you have control because everything that you do, you are responsible for that. So I'm going to run that for the slow ones in the back. Everything you do, you are responsible for it. So that tells you by default, you have control. Okay?
And I'll add to that by saying they're also doing everything possible to distract you from focusing on positive or meaningful or self-fulfilling anything for a reason. By default, they know how powerful you are. And if you ever get the moment to focus on that, their game is over. Absolutely.
So keep doing you, fam. Whatever your particular journey is, just do you. Do you. All this other shit, at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Shit. Keep telling grown folks this.
You didn't have Wi-Fi, you would never know about it.
Yeah, shit. That's what they use media for. Well, let's release this script and tell the public how the fuck they supposed to feel. See, baby, what you not finna have me is have my locks all stringy as fuck, worried and shit over they fuckery. No, I'm not finna do that.
And Auntie, we should know by now, it's been 3 years. We've had their playbook from the jump. We've been banned from talking about their playbook from the jump. So by now, we should understand it's all bullshit, and we shouldn't even care what they say. Even if they call us wrong, they call us blah,
I
blah.
totally
Whatever
agree.
They call us, Yes, that's what I am. It's still bullshit.
Yeah, I 1000% agree. That's why I'm like, I'm not gonna give you this. Again, what I've been telling you all, I look at patterns, because if I can notice the pattern and the associated behavior with that pattern, I can predict the future. All of this shit has a pattern to it. All of it. Even down to the weather. Okay? If you even pay attention to the weather, I pretty much know here, because they'll switch up the patterns with the weather, but still and yet believe there's a pattern. I pretty much know what days bad weather is going to hit here. I already know. I just sit back and watch. It's patterns. Okay?
And
Yes, nephew.
I'll tell you one pattern I've realized to this day is that for us in Canada, when it's going to snow is always on a full moon, because that's when the air or the night air is the coldest and you can get the precipitation become snow. I realized throughout the non-moon days, you have more clearer skies, but on a full moon for sure, within that cycle, they're definitely going to see that cloud.
See, that's what I'm talking about. So you notice the pattern.
Yep.
And it makes perfect sense. So yeah, fam, just keep doing you, living your life, cleaning up what you need to clean up in your life and your family legacy, and just go create what you want things to be. Let that be that. You ain't gotta wait on nobody. You know what I'm saying? You go do it. Okay? Write the story the way you want it to be, and live it.
Script it out. Yeah.
Okay? All right. So just real quick, shoot. Just had the video. Let me do it again. Let's see. Is this the video I wanted to play? Yeah, because I just want to put you all up. This is going to be interesting. This is especially for people that's always, when they talk about lineage and heritage, and they talk about DNA test. I just wanted to play this for y'all right quick. And then I think tonight we are going to actually get into the main topic. So that's what's up. So hold on, fam. Let me get this. Now I got this, saw this video on another channel. That channel is very, very controversial. He be having stuff on there, child. He done made so many different channels. It's something else. So I got this. I saw this on Mag Bitter Truth's channel a couple of weeks ago. And I thought this was interesting. New warning about the dangers of DNA tests. So let's play this. This is on Fox News. So here, let's see what they got to say.
My son's name is from an
commercial break.
All right, they just gonna play the commercial anyway. Let me skip ad. All right, let's see.
Sunday show. Now, a new warning tonight about DNA company personal information. Your DNA information can be sold and weaponized against you. The alarm being sounded. Listen to this.
You can actually take someone's DNA, take their medical profile, and you can target a biological weapon that will kill that person. And people will very rapidly spit into a cup and send it into 23andMe and get really interesting data about their background. And guess what? Their DNA is now owned by a private company and can be sold off. We have to have an open and public discussion about what does the protection of healthcare information, DNA information, and your data look like, because that data is actually going to be procured and collected by our adversaries for the development of these systems.
And before anybody goes crazy on this out there, that's a Democrat Congressman, Jason Crow, so not a right-wing talking point. I have been warning people about this for years, since 23andMe and all those spit in the vial, send it in. We're giving our information away. Health information is valuable information about you, and also the abuse and where the data is stored. You brought up that point in the break, Tammy. I want to go to you first. Who has the data matters here?
Well, you know, I am the product of an affair. I don't really know anything about my father. So this DNA stuff
Well,
is
damn,
fascinating
lady.
and very important to me. I've learned so much about who I am that I never could have guessed. And that is because of DNA. It's not the data or DNA that's the problem. It's the companies or the countries that control the data. China, of course, over a decade ago, like they do everything, moved into this. We are allowing China in relationships with hospitals, buying up companies regarding medical data, involved in when it comes to paternity and maternity, finding out about your fetus and the health of your baby as the baby's developing. It goes to China. The control and the knowledge, the data they have, to say nothing of hackings of hospitals, hackings of our health insurance companies, right? The Office of Personnel Management, Obamacare. Really, we're looking at China and Russia, et cetera. So in deals that the American government could control, we have less control over data. We're allowing foreign countries, enemies, to gather this data and, yes, to potentially use it. The fact that that discussion was at the Aspen gathering with American leadership, not in a cave somewhere on, like, ham radio with conspiracy theorists. They've known this for at least a decade, and our government has done nothing to change it. So my message is, it's not the data or learning about who you are that's the problem, any more than a firearm is the problem. It's whose hand is the data in. And that's what we are aware of when it comes to firearms, when it comes to the nature of this. We don't, it's like suddenly they're saying, don't use the data, don't use the, don't find this out. We need to be able to, but they're correct. Right now, our enemies have access to that information.
So Tammy brought up government, and there's a process that we have in various processes and a responsibility for Congress to deal with these companies that come into our country, invest, Chinese Communist Party controlled countries, the CFIUS process and others, which covers anything of national security interest. So to the former congressman here.
And the problem with CFIUS is the fact that you have the board members of CFIUS who are not just serving government and the people, they're looking for their next life outside of government. And so they'll make decisions that are not in Tammy's best interest, that the Chinese government's not going to get her DNA information.
Right.
They're looking at themselves and where they're going to work once they're out of government. The problem is, if I spit in a cup, that's one thing. But if my cousins or my parents or my siblings spit in a cup, they get my DNA regardless. And so when I was in Congress, we weren't dealing with DNA. We were dealing with social media privacy. Your information on the internet, on social media, should be yours. And people that are our age, I'm excluding Jackie, our age, we actually care about privacy. But everyone Jackie's age, they couldn't give a darn. They're like, take it, I don't care.
They haven't known it. They haven't known privacy.
Because they haven't known privacy. We have, and we've lost it. They've never known it, so they don't know what they're missing.
All right, so let's add another aspect to this.
Chicken.
Senator Joni Ernst weighed in on this. And by the way, let me add, how many of you have added your animal DNA out there to find out who your animals are from? But here's what Senator Joni Ernst had to say.
If we look at food security and what can our adversaries do with biological weapons that are directed at our animal agriculture, at our agricultural sector, hoof and mouth disease, highly pathogenic avian influenza, African swine fever. If targeted by an adversary, we know that it brings about food insecurity.
And she's 100% right. She's 100% right. And look, when it comes to data, the point that you made about social media and the fact that our data has been cannibalized for years now already, it should be no surprise to anybody that the 23andMe, for example, could turn into this. The weaponizing of it is something that we're all thinking about after COVID-19. If you subscribe to the theory, even if it was an accident, that COVID originated in a lab, you can see the catastrophic consequences of what could happen there. And so people really need to think about what they subscribe to. The power that we have right now is not with Congress. It's actually with the individuals. And I tell people all the time, don't put Alexa in your house if you don't want people listening to you. Don't buy 23andMe if you're against what they're doing with the data. All we can do is stand up for ourselves and protect ourselves and not sort of follow the herd, follow the crowd.
To that point, because I have
phone a listening device in and of itself, right? I mean, we've got them all with us.
This was a wake-up call in that I've got the Alexa, and I was like sitting around, and the Alexa chimed in and said, "By the way, would you like us to tell you to drink some water if we hear you coughing?" And it's like, no. What? First of all, does that mean means you would need to be listening? It's like that is the under the ground permission.
Listening.
It is the permission to listen constantly, regardless of what it is you've asked it.
I got to go. I know, but I want to talk about cows and DNA. And is there a certain American DNA in American cows versus like cows?
Well, there is.
Well, we have different virologies, different systems. This is valuable information.
Yeah.
The point.
Different lines.
Back to Tammy on this again. Who has the data? Who uses it?
Yes.
All right, there you have it, child. All right, let me get out of here. How the hell I get out of here? Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. Okay, yeah, I mean, we've been saying that for how long? About them DNA tests, that we wasn't fucking with them, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, all of that part. All of that part. So now somebody made a point. I think it was Brother Wolf that made a point that, well, they already have your DNA. If you were born in a hospital, I'll tell you why they did this whole collection of the DNA stuff. What we have to understand is there's a lot more to your DNA than they are telling you. Okay? Right. Your DNA holds codes. Okay? Your DNA is tied to the universe. Okay? Tied to the planet. So they are looking for markers to see how you are evolving or not evolving. Right. Okay?
What is your state of evolution?
Exactly. That's what this whole DNA grab thing is about. They are looking for specific markers on how you are evolving. That's how deep this stuff is. Okay?
And again,
because
I can't force you to do it.
I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm just saying you can't force them to do it. We have to give them through consent.
Through consent. That's what I was talking about earlier. And shout out to Raggedy Fox News for that. Because they said, you're doing this stuff voluntarily. You're working under a hive mentality. Okay? The Alexa thing, I know exactly what she's talking about. It's bad enough I got this goddamn cell phone. But even the Charlie Alexa thing I had, I was always against having it. And then I broke down and got it. Oh, that's why I got it. For music. I'm like, to blast my little music. This, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. I had it plugged up like all the way on the other side of the house. I'm sitting in my office talking and working. Alexa's ass from a few more rooms over trying to usher in commands. I said, oh, hell no, heifer. You listen a little too deep to the girl. I'm going to have to unplug you. Okay? We are consenting to this. We're consenting to it and allowing it. You sound far away, sis.
The mRNA is how they adapted that to your chromosomes as well. And that gain of function stuff is what they're doing when they collect all your DNA. They find the right sequence that will take you down.
And it's not even about. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, Bill Gates already said there's going to be pandemic 2.0.
Yeah.
Our boy president said there's going to be another pandemic. So
they're telling you already.
Right.
And let's be clear. I've been saying this for years. A lot of people don't agree with me. That's okay. It's not about them trying to take you out, okay? Trying to talk around the algorithms. It's not about them trying to take you out. It's not about them trying to take you out in mass. This is about total control of your consciousness. I keep telling y'all, I'm never going to get away with that. That's your most precious asset, your consciousness.
Sorry, Auntie. If you die, they don't have your consciousness. It's already gone. It's leap. But in this 3-world dimension that we're in, this state, we can be manipulated through our bodies.
This is about the control of your consciousness. Now, interestingly enough, I was so damn irritated this week. I had to go pick up a laptop, swap out a work laptop. So I went to get the new one. I came back. I said, well, I'm not turning in my old one until I transfer all the data over to my new one. They were like, yeah, we understand, blah, blah, blah. So I transfers the data from the old laptop to the new one. Transferred it 2 ways, okay? Using just a regular, like OneDrive tool, and people that's on Windows, you know what that means. You put the data in OneDrive and you can get to it because that's the cloud. Remember, I was talking to y'all in that financial video about the cloud. Now, everything now is the cloud. And that's because of the whole Age of Aquarius stuff, everything being ether. Okay, Age of Aquarius, water barrier, ether, still water. Okay, air is still water. It's just a lighter density of water. Okay, so tried it that way. Looked on a new computer. My shit ain't there. Like, okay, this should work. I use the same function on my personal stuff. What the hell is going on? Call up the people. Why isn't this data transferred over? I did it via da-da-da-da. Oh, you could do it da-da-da-da-da way. Okay, well, walk me through how to do it da-da-da-da-da way. Walk me through how to do it da-da-da-da-da way. Transferred it over, but see, I have to QA my stuff, quality assurance my stuff. I'm like, I got to make sure my shit came over. True enough, everything didn't come over. And then it hit me. I said, God damn. Reminded me of Westworld, where messing around with consciousness, reprogramming consciousness, and you hear all of these scientific talks now in the scientific / tech world of merging consciousness with machines. And I don't know why, but immediately my mind went to that. Like, oh my God, do you understand how easy it would be to take someone's consciousness and wipe out? Oh, well, let me look at that file. No. Oh, okay. So you understand the true mathematics and worth and the universal language of this realm? Oh, no, bitch, you don't need to know that. Well, we're going to wipe that out. You ain't finna have that memory no more. Let's go through this. I just sat there with my mouth open like, wow. This is the shit I'm talking about, fam.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, Elon Musk, the Neuralink stuff. I immediately thought of that. I'm like, they can wipe total consciousness out and just put total different new memories in you. And it reminded me of the whole Westworld thing and the resets and all of that. So I'm saying all of that to say we're focused on the wrong shit. We're focused on such low-level shit that we don't see the big shit that's going on. We don't see the big shift that is going on that will elevate not only your consciousness, but your physical body. These are definitely exciting time. Is a good quote time / frequency for you to really get things done, to really create the world you want to live in. But the flip side of that, if you're not paying attention, and I have been telling you all this for years, if you don't take control of your consciousness, if you don't take control in programming your own mind, somebody else is going to do it.
They are already doing it.
And I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
If you don't reprogram, and if you don't refresh your own thoughts, and if you don't rewrite your own script in your own words, then they got you already.
This is serious business. We're talking down to your genome level. We're literally talking about your genome level, your consciousness, and everybody, the populace, the 90%, because that 10%, they get the shit that I'm talking about now. All right? The 90%, they're focusing on the total bullshit.
Immersed in that.
And they'll just get reprogrammed.
Well, they're accepting the upload. This is the upload right now. COVID was the upload for all the weak thought-minded individuals.
Oh, yeah, it was. I believe it was. Yeah.
So now if you accepted the program, you're still wearing a mask, you already got your up-to-date shot, you're listening to whoever you're listening to, and you're ready for the next blah. Because you're already uploaded the system.
Yeah.
Us now, we're fighting the assimilation, and their goal is to do whatever they can to make us assimilate.
And again, I know people like to get upset because, hell, I was in an upset mode for a few little years. But then I had to finally realize once I cycled through that, it's still about consent at the end of the day. Because even if you don't take any action, you've made a decision. You don't get to sit on the fence. So even if you're sitting on the fence, a decision will be made for you. Even if you don't want to make a decision, you got your head in the sand, a decision will be made for you. And that decision will be, well, we're going to program you the way we want you to. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I'm just wondering if that's really trickery, fraud, because they consent. You have to have full disclosure. That's what you're doing. They don't tell you all that stuff. I didn't even, when you talk about cloud, I don't even know what that was when somebody told me about it. She was doing some computer science. I said, the what? We were walking on the bluffs, on the hills, and I said, what is that? And she said, well, it does this and it keeps it up there, like in the cloud. I said, oh,
cloud, right?
But see, I said, what kind of mess is that, huh?
And demystify it. Now, I you probably already know, but it's just a server, a really big server in the middle of somewhere that they have secured, and they're giving you the privilege to upload your data into their storage system.
Yeah, that's all the cloud.
And you got to pay to keep putting it up there too, by the way.
Yes, that's the consent part. That's the consent part. You are choosing to put your data into their computing system that's there to do wickedness to you.
You know what? I won't do it. I will not do it. I said I'm not gonna do that. You can trace out, erase all of that stuff. I'm not gonna do that.
I don't want to put my information. No, that's a good.
Yeah, I don't want to put my information up there. If I have to pay monthly to, for them to keep that stuff, I won't get it down. But anyhow, I see what you're saying, because she told me that, and I said, what are they doing? And that's been on my mind for a while. And when I get my phone says your space is taken up, because they take up your pictures automatically without you consenting to it. I didn't consent for no, see cloud. I didn't ask them for that. And I won't push any buttons either to get it up there. But they want it really, really bad. And they're making money for that. What'd you say?
They want you to get used to that feature of uploading. They want you to get used to the feature of uploading your life up to their system. It's just normal for you to just send them data.
Oh, yeah, that's true too. But there's other ways to get your data saved without using their systems. So that's really weird that they have that system. But a lot of people like it. And when the computer started talking to me on the telephone, what you call it, Alex? Alexa, whatever.
Alex. Yeah, that's Alexa's old man, Alex. Yeah. I mean, I hear you, and I know I'm guilty of it. I use the technology. I'm not finna sit up here in front. Shit, I'm in tech. So before the public knew about the cloud, I fucking knew about the cloud.
I didn't even know about it. I'm like, what is that?
I get that. I get that. My point to you is the most important data is you.
Yeah, it is.
It's your consciousness. It's not a picture, okay? It's not pictures. It's not data.
No.
You.
I think I have one of the machines somewhere around here that somebody bought me. I never used it.
I want to update on you all the time.
Yeah, you are the commodity. I keep telling y'all, the real wealth on the planet is the planet herself, the resources within her,
physical,
and you. Those are the true commodities. So any data that they have in the cloud, the ultimate thing that they want in the cloud is your consciousness. Now, if we want to keep it all the way funky, and the reason that I created this series is for you all to truly understand how energy moves on this planet and truly understand just the makeup of the planet itself. Because the universe itself has its own natural cloud.
Yeah, it does.
So they're already able to, just by your consciousness, kind of pick up what you're thinking, where you're doing. Well, depending on who you are, because if you know how to move a certain way, it can be thrown off. Okay?
Crystals do it too, don't it?
Huh?
Crystals do it too, don't it?
Do what?
Don't they? Block the energies that comes from those the G services that they have in your
it depends on which crystal, because like quartz crystals, they're conductors of energy per se. Okay. But I know Dilbert Blair said copper.
Yeah.
Copper. Bobby Hemmons said, yeah, aluminum definitely does it. And then what else? Shit, I hit another one. Oh, the records. Records. But what I'm trying to get you all, I don't want you all to miss the point. Because you could take all the precaution in the world to block you from 5G this and this particular that, and not putting your data, this. I am telling you, the commodity is you. What difference does it make whether or not somebody got your booty pics, okay? Shit. Because for people to be so concerned, y'all sure do be snapping your ass pictures in your privacy parts. Pictures, then your shit get infiltrated, and now you're sweating bullets, and child gone somewhere with the fuckery. But the point being, none of that matters. The real wealth is you. It's your consciousness. That's why you're supposed to be focused on you and your consciousness. Okay? Giving up your, literally your genetic updated, okay? Because we know they have it when we're a baby. We already know that. Most of us was born in the hospitals, okay? So they tagging you automatically out the gate when you come out the womb. All right? I'm talking about your updated, okay? I hope that you do understand that as you evolve from a baby to a toddler to a middle school person, yada, 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 all the way up to adulthood, and like your consciousness grow, your experience grow. I hope you understand that your DNA also gets upgraded as well.
Oh yeah, you have to.
That's what's important. That's what's really important. Not what the fuck they banning on TikTok. Not Trump card being locked up. Not somebody who has a different sexuality coming in, spraying up the place. They are doing shit under your nose that you need to be aware of. This is serious, serious business.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be focused on you and your consciousness. Okay? So, all right. That's what I just want to share that with y'all. Let me see. I think that's all of my updates. Yeah,
we don't
go into
consent,
that stuff next.
Nanya.
Yeah, shit, ain't nobody consenting to that.
We don't consent.
I don't consent to it. So go on with it now. Shit. And people can, and they so cold with it, you can't even say that they didn't tell us. Because why do you think they letting Fox News put out this story about DNA? Although the conscious quote quote community, the quote quote woke people, and let's be clear, woke ain't just associated with black folk. It was some white people that was on this 2 years ago that told y'all about giving up your DNA. But no, we was given every excuse in the book. We didn't know what we was talking about. Yada, 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 yada. And then when folks started researching their heritage, you had other people saying, oh, your DNA could tell you. And we were like, no, we're not messing with DNA. Oh, you just don't want to do it because of this reason. Okay, well, what the hell ever. This is why it is important to not think with groups, doing group pack thinking. It is dangerous. Now, let's be clear. I'm not talking about linking up with like-minded people. What I am talking about is blindly being in these groups. And you have not a clue what is really, really going on. Because at the end of the day, nobody can lead you to the promised land. You have to do it. And what does that say about us as adults? That you have to constantly look outside of self for you to get anything done. Now, I'm just going to say that for the slow ones in the back. What does that say about us as adults? What example are we setting to these babies? That everything of importance that you have to do, or you're supposed to be doing, you have to turn around and get approval from a group, or follow a group, or wait on a group / leader to free you. I'm going to be real with you. You deserve to be captured.
Yeah.
And I feel for your babies. And I hope that your babies are smart enough to not go that direction. Nobody is coming to save you. You cannot get your self-worth from groups. You cannot get what your individual personal journey is supposed to be through groups and others. You're supposed to be coming in your own to understand what your vision is. Create your own vision. These things are not acceptable for adults to be doing. It's the opposite. We should be ashamed as adults that we don't know how to operate without getting group approval. That's why I said a lot of people are devolving. They're not evolving. All of this internet, with all of this information out here, this is the perfect opportunity to get caught up on shit, to link up with folks that vibrate at the frequency you vibrate at, for you to get personal shit done. Use this technology as a tool to get what the fuck you need out of it. See, I'm not finna sit up here and be no hypocrite about technology. I'm not finna do it because I use it. Shit. I make a living via technology. But I use it for my fucking best interests. And how sad is it that the quote, quote, frequency that we are in, and most are bullshitting it away. They on this bitch showing their ass. They on this bitch arguing like high schoolers. Who's sleeping with who? Why you ain't sleeping with that when I'm work? Are you fucking kidding me? That's high school conversation, baby. I don't care how you roll, what your preference is, baby. Do you knock yourself out? What does that say about us as adults? Do you not understand that these babies are watching?
Yeah.
The world.
The world is watching. Focus on yourself and your family. Period. That's adult shit. Anything else, I'm not interested. Shit. All right. Okay. All right. I think I got my updates. I'll say the other ones for next week, or I'll do a separate spinoff. So we are going to get into, sis Treese, and stop comparing purposes to others. Yes, get your own motherfucking vision. Damn. Whew. Get your own shit. It's okay to support somebody, but goddamn it, get your own shit. Shit. Everybody should have their own individual goals and purposes. See, but I'm a creator. I ain't got to rip somebody off. So I create my own shit. I ain't got to sit up here and hate on nobody. or not give people their credit where credit is due. Grow the fuck up. Shit. All right. So we're going to get into the main topic. Here we go. Because for the past couple weeks, we ain't been able to do that. All right. So we're going to get into it tonight for probably an hour or so. And just a real quick recap, because we haven't been into it for a little bit. So let me do this Zoom. Trying to stay disciplined, y'all. Oh yeah, y'all know they took our Westworld off the air. You know my feelings is hurt. They didn't do the little last season, and I was waiting for it to them to set it off, cause old girl had figured out that it was a computer simulation, and she reset that motherfucker. And I was like, oh my God, it's finna be on and popping the next season. And they canceled it. I'm like, you mother effers. So yeah, upset about that. But that's okay. Because the more this frequency or energy keeps rising, the more I'm like, damn. This has been in our face all of this time. Okay? It's here plain as day. It makes so much sense. Shout out to the ancestors. I'm going to get into that maybe next week, depending on how far we get tonight. Going to get into that next week. How cold-blooded and knowledgeable the ancestors were. I'm not gonna spoil it, because if I say something, somebody botch my shit up before I'm able to get to it. Okay. All right. So let me go on here. Shit, how the hell y'all, I can't stand this thing. I really can't. I do not like this thing. All right. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to keep it moving just real quick at highlights. All right, so we went over universal laws. Okay, these are the universal laws. You can look them up on your own. These are the true laws of the planet, of the universe. Okay, now those of you that are... I can't speak for, what's the Islam book, y'all? The Quran, right? Can't speak for the Quran because I don't know the Quran like that. I'm not a huge Bible person, but I just know just enough, okay? These are what your 10 Commandments were based on. Based on universal law. Okay? All right. Okay, we just took out one of the laws, karma. Okay, and you see in here karma's symbol. That tripped me out. I'm like, oh, I didn't know karma had a little symbol. Okay, so everybody knows that what karma means. You know, what you put out is what you get back. Okay. We talked about polarity. Okay. So shout out to us, right? Shout out to Sis Sandra. Shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to nephew Nuwa. Shout out to brother Sean. Shout out to brother Odell, because we have been talking about polarity for quite some time, few years now. Okay. Okay, because we told you that this particular universe was whole before. Okay. And something happened. I say the first major reset on the planet happened where the realm was polarized, and polarity was created. Okay.
Touch.
Right. So a part of polarity, I got into talking about binary codes and numerology. Okay. All right. So we went into binary code. Binary code is what every computer system runs on, and it's no different how universal language is ran as well, okay? Because you can take any word, and you can reduce that word to a number, and that number can be reduced to a binary code. Binary code meaning true, false, true or false. Okay? And this is how we know that this is a simulation. This is a simulation. You are just having a physical experience in a simulation. Okay? You are eternal. Because you are a soul first. This is a simulation, fam. Okay? So, this was just an example. I used a couple numbers. Did I use a couple numbers? Shit, y'all, I don't remember. Nonetheless, shit. I showed you an example of binary code, right? So again, you could take any word and you can reduce it to a number, and that number you can reduce it down to the binary code. The binary code represents the source language. All right? That source language is what all computer systems run on, and what I am telling you, it is no different from this realm, which is a simulation. Let's continue. All right? That's what Westworld was trying to tell you. That's what they were showing you. That it was a simulation. Okay, so we talked about numerology. All right. Okay, this is the basis of numerology. I don't want y'all ever to be in a position. Yes, Israelite, on, off, or off, on. Okay, the on represents the 1, the off represents the 0, true, false. Okay. Absolutely. Binary code. And I know y'all that mess around with electrical work, y'all know that on, off, and all of that type of stuff. Negative, positive charge. Y'all know that as well. Okay? Right? And that's also why when we was on the Vibes of Cosmos stuff, oop, Shrugs, don't go there. Shrug said XY. YX, you know we had that conversation, Shrugs.
2 weeks ago. Go back and check it out. Y'all find it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go there tonight, okay? But
let's keep going.
Yeah, before we get like, yes, like Morse code. That's a very good analogy, Sis Nonya. So
it's the same concept.
Yes. So with numerology, this is the source for numerology. So I don't want y'all ever to be so on numerology. It's not hard, fam. All you do is take, and we're just going to use the alphabet, okay? and you translate it to numbers. Okay, so A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, D equals 4, and you go on and on and on and on and on. Okay, this is the basis. This is the source to numerology. When you get to double numbers, you reduce those down. So, for example, Q equals 17, but you add the 1 plus the 7 to get 8. Now, there are numbers that are not supposed to be reduced because they are master numbers. 11 is one of them. 22 is another. Okay, they are considered master numbers. 11 represents creation. 22 represents double creation. Okay, now once you start really focusing on self and you're really into your own mental health, your own spiritual health, you're going to start seeing numbers. You'll see repeated numbers. You'll see 11. You'll see 22 and different variations. How many times have you looked up and you just so happen to look up at the clock and see 11:11?
And 10.
Yeah, 33 is also a master number. Yes. And we'll get to that. I think on the next slide, we'll get to that. We'll get to the next one on 33. I'll tell you why 33 is a master number in a second. I think it's on the next slide. If not, I'll make sure I mention it. Okay. So when you see these master numbers like 11:11, 22, that, and you just so happen to see them, that's the universe speaking to you. So meaning your frequency is tuned to a point where you can see these things because you understand the true universal language. Okay. All right. So let's go to the next slide. Oh, shit. Maybe. Damn it. All right. Let me go back and talk about 33. My bad. I could have sworn I had a slide on here about master numbers. My bad. Let's get to 33. Now, y'all hear us talk about 33. And you always hear, quote, quote, truthers, the woke community, talk about 33 and they associate it with Freemasonry. The reason Freemasons have 33 as an important number and that 33rd degree as an important number is a metaphysics behind that. Because 33 is the gateway to higher consciousness. Okay? That's why the Masons picked 33. So pay attention to patterns. You definitely see patterns in numbers. So I can pretty much look at a news story and I can pick up codes and I could tell whether or not that story is bullshit. Because I'll pay attention to the numbers. Okay? All right. All right, so we talked about gematria, okay, and shout out to dude with the gematria channel. He tight on it. That man's so tight, baby. He could take gematria and break it down with sports. He is really, really, really good. I forget his little channel. I think he has 2 channels now, okay? But gematria literally is a practice. A numerology practice. You can predict stuff with it. And some say they use it to create. Okay. All right. Okay. And so then we got into Brother Sean always have to pronounce this Yahihivi, whatever the hell it is. Shit. The Hebrew word for God.
Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh.
Okay, yeah, that part, sis, because you know my country ass gonna botch it up. Shit.
Yeah, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh.
Okay. You see how that equals up to 26. Okay, which is also 26 alphabet. Okay. All right. And so that's that. Okay. All right. So let's just go. Okay. So then I told y'all, if y'all don't remember anything out of this presentation, I want you to remember this slide. That's why I keep reminding the fam, you are the biggest commodity. It's you. Not the ass pics you taking. Okay? The ping pics you taking. And all of that other fuckery. You are the commodity. Right? It's this. It's your essence, your energy. Okay? You have 7 main chakras. You actually have more than that because you have access to other chakras beyond the 7. Okay? But you notice how that they're saying that phi or the tetra what do you say, sis? Because I get that twisted. I get it and then I get it back.
Tetragrammaton.
Yes, tetragrammaton. Okay, they're saying that means pretty much pi or 7. Okay, which equals God in Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
So I just kindly reminded the fam, did they not say up in the Bible, ye are God? John chapter 10, verse 34. Jesus answered unto them, but what the hell ever. Jesus answered unto them, and child, they would get pissed at me in church. Because my higher self kept throwing this in their face, baby. But wait a minute. The Lord said that I am God.
Yeah, if you like that, Lord.
Go on, sit your ass down. So I know that's what they want to say. Sit your ass down. Ain't nobody asked you to read that far up in the scriptures. I'm like, I got you. You can't explain that. Okay?
Well, they taught not to tell you the truth anyway.
What Jesus was telling you was you are God. And just by this chart right here with the 7 chakras, it's proof that ye are God. So now this is to everyone. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care how you get down. If you don't get nothing else out of this, I want you to remember this. Okay? This is what it's about. Okay? So when we were talking about the 33rd with the number being another master number, the 33rd, and shout out to Bobby Hemmett off of his tapes from the 90s, baby, and shout out to the people that put it on YouTube. See, this is what YouTube and stuff's supposed to be used for. Shit. Not this fuckery. Okay? So shout out to the people that put the Bobby Hemmett stuff on YouTube. I never saw Bobby Hemmett live at a lecture. I saw all that stuff on YouTube. Shout out to Dilbert Blair because his work was put on there too. I did have the pleasure of speaking with Dilbert Blair several times before he transitioned. This the shit folk supposed to be focused on this internet. But let's continue. So shout out to Bobby Hemmett, was the first one that I heard talk about what that true 33rd meant, what the Freemasons was talking about. Okay? And he said that it is related to the 33rd vertebrae in the body, and which hits the back of the dubla oblongata. That's the 33rd point. At the back of your spine, at the base of your skull. So is that not the midway point from your throat chakra to your third eye? Because when you get to the third eye, that's when you're getting into higher consciousness, and you get to the crown, your crown chakra, which is what the hoochie coochie was all about. That's why when you put the particular string under a microscope, you can see little crowns on that virus. This was all about keeping you from managing your Merkaba, okay, your spiritual body, and really tapping in that crown chakra to higher frequencies. Right? If you don't remember nothing else in this series, I want you to remember this slide. This is what's important. All that other shit don't mean nothing. Okay? We are not supposed to be at the point where we just operate in the root. Okay? Don't get me wrong. Your root is what's important. It's important too, rather. Because it's not only grounds you, but it also helps you with survival. Your root is fight or flight. You are supposed to be at the point of managing your Merkaba or Makaba. You're supposed to be spinning all of these chakras, all of them. This is what you're supposed to be focused on. Because when you're focused on your energy working at an optimum level for you to benefit on, that's how you create. If you get stuck in the root, it's going to all be about survival. Okay? Fight or flight. Most people in the quote, quote, woke conscious community get stuck here at the heart. This heart chakra, and shout out to people that pointed out that heart is also earth. Okay, all right, I'll give you that. But nonetheless, this heart chakra is your gateway between your lower self or your lower chakras and your higher self. A lot of people get stuck here. And they get stuck when they're waking up to the truth, and they get so angry that they can't get beyond here. And if you can't get beyond here, that means you can't get to the higher realms. Okay?
So your feelings.
The higher realms, that's where you create. Okay? Because the next one up from the heart is the throat, which means you speak. You create when you speak. Third eye, you see and you create. The crown chakra, you like, I got it. And you can go beyond your crown and tap into other higher realms as well. So again, if you're stuck in this heart chakra, you can't get to the creation. This is why in the conscious, quote, quote, the conscious community, why, and I'll even say the pro-black, community. This is why shit can't get done. Because they're not in creator mode. They're still stuck here in the anger mode. Okay? This is why you see in both groups, whether it be the conscious community or the pro-black community, why you don't see anything new coming out of there. Because they're not in the creator mode. You can only create when you have the frequency level to create. Okay? If you don't get nothing else out of this series, I want you to understand this is who you really are. Doesn't matter your religion, any of that. This is really, really who you are. You have to take control of your vessel, your spiritual vessel, your macabre, and program it and tune it the way you want it to navigate and move. This is why you are ultimately responsible for your journey on this planet. Because this is how powerful you are. This is why there are no excuses. It's not that it's not any excuses, because the Lord said there ain't no excuses. It's no excuses because this is who you are. This is the true you. Okay. All right. Oh, shit. It was, oh, my bad. Okay. So I knew I hit that master number slide. Okay. So we talked about this. 11 equals creation. 22 equals double creation. 33 higher consciousness. All right. Master numbers should never be reduced. Okay. All right. I know this is review for some, but I know I've been off of this, so I got to go back and do a refresher so we can let's get back to it, because we got a lot of mind-blowing stuff. Okay. So I'm going back over the basics, and I'm going to keep doing this in this series because I want you all to understand it, overstand it, and apply it. Okay? Because once you get these things, you're going to be able to see patterns. You're going to be able to understand the codes that are being put out there, and you can predict future events. You can create future events. Okay? All right. So the flower of life, all right, we talked about that. Okay, and we talked about the origins of the flower of life, what it really means, and the seed of light, life, same thing, life. Okay, and this flower of life, you can look at it like this. In terms of actual biological creation, the progression of an egg. Okay. Right? So the flower of life is a geometrical design that consists of 19 circles of the same size that are interconnected. The image looks like a set of equally proportioned flowers. The composition is not only beautiful, it has profound symbolic meaning for our existence, life on earth, and the formation of the universe. Okay, so when you hear people talk about oneness, this is really what they're talking about. Okay, this is how I know that the universe had some type of code or simulation put in place, because all you hear about is duality, duality this, duality that, duality that, when it's really about wholeness, the organicness of the realm, the true organicness. It's not polarity. Polarity is the hijack. The true organicness of the universe is wholeness. Okay? All right. Okay, so we talked about Kabbalah, right? Because everybody want to make excuse me, y'all. Everybody want to make a big deal about Kabbalah. You ain't got to be stressing out about that no more. Okay? Kabbalah uses the flower of life. Okay? Just use energy points from the flower of life. They line these energy points up. They assign mathematical values to predict and create. Okay? Now shout out to Dr. Phil Valentine. He was the first one that I saw bring this Kabbalah's information forward and talk about how they do it with the assigning numeric values to do predictions and also creation. So shout out to him. He was the first one that I seen bring forth that information to the public. I'm sure those behind the scenes that study Kabbalah, they already knew that. Okay. But what I want y'all to understand, see, when I talk about you being a creator, you see how they done came up with a numbering system using the pure organicness of the planet, the wholeness, the oneness, to come up with a system for prediction and creation. You are supposed to be doing the same. Now, let's be clear. I'm only talking about just to navigate in this particular realm. What I am giving you tonight is how this particular realm and universe operates and how you can program it. I'm going to run that for the slow ones in the back. I'm only talking about this information on how this particular universe and realm operates and how you are supposed to be using it to your advantage and how you're supposed to be programming it.
I think they wrote a book about how to create using the your Macabre and your Sephra. You know,
I'm absolutely sure that they do.
I have the book.
Yeah,
I have the book.
And this is the stuff that they study and they teach in them secret societies.
I have the book.
That's why they make, I'm only going to use the Masons and not to pick on the Masons. Okay, I'm just using them as an example. That's why you have to graduate up in levels to even learn certain information. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Okay. Israelite says duality is a Moorish science. Yeah, that duality stuff, Israelite, it's never set well with me. It has never, ever, 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 ever set well with me. Duality is the reason why we have a lot of strife on this plane/realm.
Yeah.
Because duality requires one without the other, right?
Yeah, you can have negative without positive.
It requires one without the other.
Yeah.
Whereas wholeness,
it's a working unit.
It's a working unit. Very good. Very good, sis. And I know people say, yeah, opposites attract. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But you know what happens when opposites attract? And the opposites, they really don't have this synergy wholeness.
They collide.
They burn out.
Mm-hmm.
Don't batteries burn out and need recharging? But when you have a whole system, wholeness, it recharges itself. Okay?
That's why it's better to have the same frequencies. So
It's everything is about energy.
Mm-hmm. So you can get harmony. You know, you sing
Exactly.
the right songs.
Exactly. Okay? All right. Yes, duality is conflict. I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
Totally agree.
I agree too.
Shit.
You know, that's why people wonder why they can't get along, because they have a dual nature, you know.
Girl, let me tell you something. I told this story before. I'm so glad this play cousin don't listen to this show, because he'll know I'm talking about his motherfucking ass. We literally grew up together as babies. Our moms were best friends. They were pregnant with us at the same time, this, that, and the third. So we were literally in the playpens together when the moms would visit. I never liked that motherfucker. You understand me? I never liked him. So I don't remember when we was babies in the crib. But just growing up throughout the years, I just never liked him. I tolerated him, but I never liked him. And the sad part about it is, the man never did nothing wrong to me. He was always trying to be nice to me. I'm like, such and so, go on to get out my face, okay? Go on to get out my face. I'm gone now. Okay? And I never forget, you know how families are. Oh, y'all gonna grow up to get married. I'm like, the fuck I will. Shit. I'll run away. Y'all never see me again. I can't stand this motherfucker. It was something about his energy. So fast forward, the true colors started showing up. And then that's when my mama, yeah, he a mess, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I have never liked him. And she's like, you didn't. You know, when y'all was a baby in the, and not the bassinet, the playpen, you would take your bottle and bust him upside his head. I said, God! Like to myself, in my mind, because you know I ain't finna cuss in front of my mama. Shit! So even as a baby, I felt his energy. And I hope I hit him hard enough, like, you motherfucking demon, what you doing in this? Nonetheless, it's all about energy. It's all about energy. Either we got it or we don't. I ain't finna force a motherfucking thing. None of that. I don't give a fuck about that. We look good on paper. Nigga, your energy is off. Come on, I ain't finna sit up here and pretend. Shit. Our energies don't match. Go on about your life. I'm go on about mine. Shit. All right. That's why. It's about wholeness. Shit. I ain't got time to be in no battery situation with your ass. And you draining me. You got me fucked up. You either gonna be synergy or you gonna move the hell on. That's what you finna do. So absolutely, sis. Shit. All right. So, yeah, his ass a hot mess. He probably cleaned up his stuff now. Matter of fact, I gotta check with my other cousin. His sister. Probably done cleaned up his mess now, but baby, he was a hot motherfucking mess, and oh, child. That's all I can say. All right. So let's get to this Kabbalah. The practice of Kabbalah is using the universal numbers on the flower of life to create. So shout out to Dr. Phil Valentine. He was the first one I saw in the Black conscious community to bring forth this information. Okay, so here are the numbers I was telling you about. Okay, this is their numbering system, and you can see they assign, this is the crown, and this is this is that, this is that, bling, bing, 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 bing. Okay. So I went on ahead and broke down. I said, I want to know if I break down the Kabbalah word, as Brother Sean reminds us that the ancestors say, I want to know what these numbers break down to. Reduces down to 11. 11? You mean master number 11? No, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. They came up with a spiritual system where the word Kabbalah reduces down to the number 11, and 11 means creation. So I said, let's take it a step further. Let's get to the binary code. So I did the binary code. What is the source code in this realm for this Kabbalah? And it even reduced to 11. 100 I said, wow. Okay. Let's move on. Okay, I know this is a review, so bear with me, fam, because y'all know, y'all that was with us, we start getting into some deep stuff. Okay, so I got to do this review because we've been off of it for a couple of weeks. All right, so bear with us. Okay, all right, 9:40. We good on time. All right, so the 5-pointed star. I know y'all hear a lot of rumblings about the 5-pointed star, the pentagram. You see it in Wicca religions. That is also representation of the tetragrammaton. All right. So those of you, shout out. Now I heard this from the Moors. All right, because I don't want anybody to think that I'm just down on one group, because there's good and bad in everything, okay? Because I done ran across some Moors that truly practice on the science side, that ain't on that bullshit side, and baby, they on they shit. You understand me? All right? I first heard from a Moor that term Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. And I looked at this, I'm like, well, shit, this is the same thing. Arm, leg, arm, head. Okay? This is still representing your spiritual and physical body. Okay? This pentagram. That's why the number 5 is also important in numerology. Okay? We talked about this Baphomet, and Baphomet also represents this tetragrammaton. Okay? Same thing. It's showing you the crown chakra above. That's what's shooting up out of his skull. The lotus flower. When you see the lotus always represents crown chakra. Yes, Brother Shrugs, the God body. Right? And the 5%ers. Shout out to the 5%ers. If I'm not mistaken, they broke off from the Nation of Islam. Or it could have been the Moors. Don't quote me on that. All right? Okay. So this Baphomet, you know, people running around here now saying, I'm the GOAT, I'm the GOAT, I'm the GOAT, I'm the GOAT. Okay, so when they're talking about the GOAT, most people don't even realize they're talking about the Baphomet. And, you know, a lot of people associate the Baphomet with devil worship. Okay, and I'm not saying that the Church of Satanism does not use this symbol. It absolutely does. But I am telling you that this is just a depiction of the tetragrammaton. Okay? Because it's showing you your crown chakra. You see the 5-pointed star located on the third eye. You see the term as above, so below. That's what the hand up and the hand down means. They even have pictures of Jesus with the hand up and hand down. Okay, you got to pay attention to the symbols and the codes. Okay, that's the as above, so below. Okay, he got the day and the night, right? He's got the DNA strand here. He is even represented as male and female. Okay? But make no mistake, this is just a representation of the tetragrammaton, which is really you. You are the God body. You are the tetragrammaton. You. Just like they named 5 begotten by 7 and 5 begotten by 7, you know, breaking down the Hebrew translation of the holy name of God, Yahweh, Jehovah, Yahweh. I know I'm probably jacking that up. They said all that to say, excuse me, in the Hebrew way, this is you. You are that God body. All right?
So that's the I am. Yod He Vav He.
Exactly. Okay. All right. So let's get back up there. All right. So we did that. We talked. Yep. We talked about that. Okay. So now y'all should understand Kabbalah. All right. Now y'all hopefully should understand what the Baphomet is, what this picture represents. And shout out to Bobby Hemmett, because he ran this shit down in the 90s. He literally ran this shit down in the 90s. He told black folks back up in the 90s, stop running from your own shit. Stop looking at shit as spookism, looking at shit as outside of yourself. Okay? All right. So again, back to the flower of life, because remember, the flower of life is the wholeness. It's the oneness. Okay? The fruit of life consists of 13 circles selected from the classic flower of life symbol. This shape is said to be the basic design of the universe and holds the geometric foundation for Metatron's cube. Metatron's cube illustrates the 5 platonic solids, which are believed to be structures that act as the foundation for all life. Okay, this is why, and I think Sis Nonya, shout out to Sis Nonya, said that in the Bible, did you say they said conception is a flower? I think you said, or they described something you said in the Bible they described as flower equaling to fertility, if I'm not mistaken. All right. So right there, they were giving you the code, what makes up the universe. Okay? It's about this oneness. Okay? You can see it in fertility. You can see it in everything. Okay? So here are the sacred geometry. We're going to get into these a little bit more. Okay, you see the Star of David, the tetrahedron right there. Okay, right, but let's get into that. So flower of life, sacred geometry. All right, I forgot to take start here out because we didn't went over this already. It's our recap. Sacred geometry patterns exist all around us, creating the fundamental structure and templates of life in the universe. The patterns, remember, that's why I've been bringing forth, telling you all to pay attention to patterns. Because if I can pay attention to patterns, I can pay attention to behavior, and then I can predict the future. Okay? This is how we know we are in a simulation. You are a soul. You are an eternal soul having a physical experience in a simulation. Right? So, the patterns can be broken down into a language of mathematics that rules the entirety of our visible and invisible world. The geometrical archetypes reveal the nature of each form and its vibrational resonance, symbolizing the inseparable relationship between everything and everyone, which ultimately makes up our whole matrix and the universe at large, embodying what? Oneness. Okay? So I just pull these pictures to show you, you see sacred geometry in nature, right? Okay, so these flowers just showing you example of how they fit sacred geometry. All right. Okay, and just to give you this box down here, sacred geometry symbols. Right now, I know we all see these symbols in everyday life wherever we turn. We see it in company logos. Okay, you see them all around you. When those companies decide to pick those logos, pay attention. They're pulling energy from these sacred geometries through those logos. All right. Okay. So we got into vibrational frequency tunes. Okay, so everything on the planet has a frequency resonance, and that's including you. That's why you're responsible for tuning your frequency. You're responsible for that. All right? So there's something called the frequency scale. Okay? And that frequency scale links back to sacred geometry. Remember the sacred geometry? Links back to what? The flower of life. And the flower of life is what? That's the oneness. That's the organicness of the planet. All right? So we see this scale, this frequency scale in nature. All right? And they just gave us examples of snowflakes. And I think snowflakes are really, really pretty when, you know, they're blown up under a microscope and you can see the uniqueness of it. So I always knew that. I mean, you know, I don't remember what science class or whatever the heck in school, when I was middle school, I think, when I heard that snowflakes have unique patterns. Okay. But they're formed from frequencies. Okay. That's why they have the different patterns. But those patterns, what's dope about it, you can assign a frequency to it. A frequency hertz. Okay. All of these frequencies on this scale, on this hertz scale. And so this scale that you're looking at, this is equivalent to the musical scale, do, re, fa, sol, la. Y'all know what I'm saying. Mi, re, whatever. Okay.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Yes, that. Okay. It has an associated hertz, frequency hertz to it. And when you break the frequency, when you add rather the frequency hertz down and reduce it down to a solid number, and how you do that, the 174, you take the 1 plus the 7 plus the 4 equals to 12. You take the 1 plus the 2 equals to 3. Okay, and then I just broke it down to the binary code, because that tells you the source matrix code for 174. Okay. But throughout this scale, each one of these frequencies are either going to reduce down to a 3, it's going to reduce down to a 6, it's going to reduce down to a 9. So when Nikola Tesla, who I say and I say again, he didn't invent those things. He reverse engineered those things. He was given blueprints to reverse engineer older technology that was suppressed. He said the key to the universe is the 3, the 6, and the 9. Everything is about frequency and vibration.
You know, I was just listening to the wind and watching the wind. And when I saw these crystals here, it was water. You know, you put sound to it and they shape the way they shape. So everything, even the wind, breaks down to frequency, because you could hear the tones in the wind.
Absolutely.
When it's blowing.
Absolutely.
And you just said it right there. That's interesting.
Absolutely. And I think, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I mean, that's how certain things are created, is by the shapes of things. The wind shapes. It tears up. It builds up, depends on what it's doing. And the frequency, I guess, is carrying or something. Because they have some strange shapes. I guess it was in Japan. Little snowmen. and they had snow on it, but it was all these things were shaped in a form like the little men out in the field. The wind had shaped them that way. So the frequency of the wind is it's important to see what you're going to get out of it. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but you understand the wind has this frequency. The sun
Everything
has
has a
frequency.
Everything has a frequency.
Everything has a frequency.
Yeah, you have a frequency.
Yeah, even innate things like the wind and stuff.
Yeah. So I think I played this video before, but just for green. So shout out to Journey of Curiosity for this video. Okay. You see the hertz, you see the shapes. You see the hertz, you see the shapes. See the hertz, you see the shapes. See the frequency, you see the shape. Okay, see the frequency, see the shape. All right. Okay? So that means when these snowflakes are being formed based on what frequency that they're picking up. Yes, Sis Nonia said that's a good point. The wind vibrates with the frequency of Earth itself. That's a good point. All right. Okay, so we talked about Tesla. Tesla, the power of 369. Okay, if you only knew the magnificence of the 3, the 6, and 9, then you would have the keys to the universe. Tesla is also quoted as saying, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, excuse me, y'all, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. This is what's important, fam. You are a soul. You are an eternal soul having a physical experience in a simulation. Okay? All right. So also when you see the 369, you could also think about when we talk about frequency, this is just the frequency energy wave. Okay. Okay. All right. So we talked about alchemy, which is really chemistry based on the supposed transformation of matter. Okay. Now I never realized that these particular elements and minerals and stuff, child, I didn't know they had a particular sigil to them. I thought this was really, really interesting. There's gold, there's iron, there's lead. I thought this was really, really interesting. Okay. Again, you are a soul having a physical experience in a simulation. All of what you see is programmable. Yeah, you can. I know I'm not pronouncing it. It's programmed. That is why you, as a soul, an eternal soul, with the power of creation, you're literally supposed to be creating the world that you live in. But you forgot.
Distracted.
You're distracted and you're focused on duality, when you should be focused on wholeness and oneness. You should not be focused, if you want to be a creator, on things that are going to require you to give up so much of your energy that it takes you out of your creator state.
That part.
That's how you know. I know, and I can't speak for everybody. Let me back that up and say, this is how Rhonda knows what's good for her, what's in her best interest. If it's taking me out of my creator state, if I have to give up more of my energy to the point where it leaves me not whole, it ain't for me. I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back. How I know something is not for me. If it takes up more of my energy and it drains me, it takes me out of my wholeness, I know that's not for me. Okay? So not only is it like a mental health thing, being mentally healthy, and people talk about setting boundaries, all of that, they're absolutely right. But the metaphysics and the science behind it is because it's taking you out of your wholeness. And when you're taken out of your wholeness, you can't create. And you're stuck in survival mode. You are an eternal soul having a physical experience in a simulation. You don't have to be at the survival level. Okay? It's a choice. Okay? All right, so let's move on. All right, child. Here we go. Let's get going. All right. We went over this. Because y'all could think all that other stuff was mumbo jumbo. The government don't think it's mumbo jumbo. Because they literally study your consciousness. They study you. This is why they got all them DNA tests out. It's to see, I want to see how at a DNA molecular cell level, I want to see your code. And you do realize they can even get down to seeing your life source, the actual light body in that DNA. Okay? So for something that ain't real, they sure put a lot of effort, baby, into studying what ain't real. Okay? So this is a patent about walking through walls. Okay? Here's the U.S. patent application. All right? I ain't made this up. Okay? This is literally a patent out there. We've gone over this patent. We went through that whole patent on this show. Okay? But as you can see, the picture, I think, yeah, that's still a left for y'all too. On the left, you see them outlining what? Chakras. This ain't mumbo jumbo. So this is just a synopsis of the particular patent. A human being is a hyperspace energy being living in a physical container or body.
God damn.
This is not mumbo jumbo that our ancestors told us in the past. what Bobby Hemmett done said, what Dr. Phil Valentine had done said, what Dr. Dilbert Blair done had said, and the many others who have said these things. Again, you are an eternal soul having a physical experience in a simulation. Okay? So out the gate, per se, no pun intended, they're telling you that you are an energy being just in a physical container. Okay? Sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, you're in a vessel. You're an energy source, and you're using this physical vessel to interact with this 3D world.
Exactly. Absolutely. Okay. The high percentage, okay, and it says that the body is comprised of 67% water, and we know water is it's also an excellent conductor of energy. That's why I keep telling you, you are the commodity.
Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
As you say, conductor of energy being mostly water, they're also putting heavy metals in our food for the same reason that you're speaking of. So you become more conductive, more, I'll say, pliable to the electromagnetic frequencies.
Absolutely. And I would agree with you. But this is why it is important that you focus on self. Because you're supposed to have your vessel tuned, not for your vessel to be tuned. You're supposed to be doing the tuning. You're supposed to tap in to the frequencies that you want to use for your purpose, not you allow someone else to tune you to the frequency that they want you to be at. Because, see, you can't be controlled when you're tuning yourself. Okay? All right. So, this high percentage of water makes this invention possible. The hyperspace energy being receives energy from our dimensions through 7 vortices that run the length of the body. You mean the 7 chakras?
What?
Each vortex connects to a separate hyperspace dimension, having its own particular frequency. So, hold on for me, fam. I don't want to make y'all dizzy, but I gotta get these visuals in your mind so you can remember. You mean this? You mean this? These are the vortices that they're talking about. These are the vortices that can, or the vortexes that can be tapped into other dimensions. See, that's why ye are gods.
I got you.
Okay? All right, so let's go back to this pattern. Sorry to make y'all dizzy. Okay? So they admitting these chakras, they have their own set of frequency. This arrangement allows for the development of 7 modular energy components corresponding to the mind, spiritual eye, voice, body, abdomen, plasma energy ball battery. Boom.
Gotta get that thing charged up. What do you mean?
That's why I said you are the commodity on this planet. You're the commodity. Your spiritual eye is B in this graph, representing the third eye. A represents your crown chakra. Okay. Okay. The throat chakra or voice, you should understand that that's C. All right. G can represent that root chakra. That's the grounding chakra. Right? But now they said in here a battery, pure energy. This is why ye are gods. This is why ye are pure energy. You are a soul, an eternal soul, pure energy, because energy cannot be destroyed. So do you understand why you are eternal? Your soul can't be destroyed because you are pure energy. But let's continue. Okay, vortex A, crown chakra, known as the top vortex, supplies energy to the mind and provides a channel of communications to other entities in the universe. Rhonda ain't making this up. Bobby Hemmett didn't come in and put something on this. This is up in somebody's patent. Right? They're telling you that your crown chakra, you can communicate in other higher realms, dimensions. They're telling you that your crown chakra is your link to the unseen world, which is the true world. The unseen world is the true world because, again, you are a soul, an eternal soul that is pure energy, having a physical experience in a simulation. So the true, quote, quote, world is the unseen world.
So that's like Einstein says, energy cannot neither be created nor destroyed. So you're eternal because you're energy. It's just
exactly
frequency.
And
that's why they want you to focus on because the body isn't.
Yes.
The body hasn't expired.
Yes.
So if you die, if their body dies, they're wanting you to believe that you died.
Right.
Absolutely. And the messed up part about it, nephew, but they'll tell you that they can see, you put it under infrared light, that when somebody transitions, they see the soul leave the physical body.
Yeah, and then go out the seventh gate or something.
It's no longer there. You feel that energy is no longer there, but they can see it. Yeah.
When people that have near-death experiences, that's why they were able to see their physical body
laying in the bed
or whatever the case may be. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Same when you astro travel. When you get good at it, it's gonna scare the shit out you. Now I ain't fencing to sit up here and lie. It's gonna scare the shit out of you when you first see it.
Well, I saw that energy come back. Remember that time I had that experience?
Yeah.
The energy came back. It was a light. It was light body. It came back.
Yes.
Like a thunderbolt.
Yeah, because that's how it is when I was describing an astro traveling experience. And I had panicked and I wasn't back in my body yet. And I was trying to wake up. That's that paralyzed feeling. You trying to wake up. All right. And then when I realized, you got to get your light body or your macabre or your astral body, you got to get it back to your physical body. You got to merge the two in order for you to be able to sit up. Okay. And it was like a joke. And then I woke up. So I know exactly what you're talking about, sis. Okay. All right. Okay. So, So, your crown chakra, they're saying vortex A, known as the top vortex, supplies energy to the mind and provides a channel of communications to other entities in the universe. This channel has been tested up to 100,000 light years, which is the diameter of the galaxy. Okay, so I question this last part about this 100,000 light years. I'm questioning that. They will have to break that down a little bit more to me to make me understand how they came up with 100,000. But nonetheless, I get what they're saying. Okay. All right. Okay, so we talked about walking through walls. And then this is out of the same patent, by the way. Okay. Researching the historical records referring to the statue, a humble black Catholic Dominican of the Santa Rosario or whatever convent living in Peru in the 1500s developed this ability to walk through doors. Many witnesses came forward to recount his extraordinary abilities. So they're just saying a witness saw old boy. He was in the cell, and then next thing they know, old boy wasn't in the cell. How he get up out the cell? Then he was back in the cell, and ain't nobody opened up no cell. After having waiting a while without being distracted by anything else, he saw vulnerable brother Fray Martin come out from his cell from the inside and call him by name. The witness was terrified, not understanding how was this possible. So in other words, he was walking through walls. Now, I found it interesting. Now, when I first, because we went over this a couple years ago, if I'm not mistaken. We literally walked through the entire patent. I didn't even put the connection together of this being in Peru. But when I circle back to it, I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah, because, you think that area in South America, period, okay, ancient South America, which pretty much all of these systems, science, it really came from there, okay? We're going to get into it a little bit more, but it really came from there. So the ancestors. So if the ancestors understood the true science and the makeup of the realm, if the ancestors understood how matter is created, absolutely, they can use alchemy to walk through walls. Okay, so I thought that was interesting. Right? So they were just going into, this is just a depiction of them kind of charting up how old boy was able to walk through the wall. Each vortex feeds energy into its own hyperspace module. In terms of quantum mechanics, and when you hear quantum mechanics, shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair, that really means metaphysics. In terms of quantum mechanics, Each box is actually a potential energy well in which each module develops separately. At the time of death of the body, these modules are joined together as a single energy being. This process is powered by the plasma energy ball battery, which also contains the logical instructions for assembly. All right. Okay. So they got into the tetrahedron, and I was like, damn. Okay, because I had to circle back. We went through this patent a couple of years ago. Because I was fascinated the fact that they had a patent about walking through walls. But when I went back to pull it up, I noticed the true science in here, and I'm like, oh, hell to the no. All right. So they're going over the tetrahedron diagram showing the inverted tetrahedrons whose crossing represents the merging of two worlds between space and hyperspace. Okay, so remember, down below, we're showing the sacred geometry. Remember, the sacred geometry are just energy points formed off of what? The flower of life, the wholeness, the oneness. All right. So in this particular example, they're talking about harnessing the sacred geometry / energy point / frequency of the tetrahedron. The tetrahedron diagram showing the proton wavelength is determined by the Planck mass tangent to the inverted tetrahedrons. Okay, and then if you just look at the diagram, how they diagrammed it out, these different energy points, you can see they have the tetrahedron. Okay, because you see the invertedness of the tetrahedron. All right. The tetrahedron diagram showing that the mass of the universe determines the electrons and proton elementary particles. So what they trying to say, fam, if you understand the sacred geometry and you understand how the electrons, protons interact with the sacred geometry with the flower of life, absolutely, you can tune your vortexes or tune your frequencies or tune your chakras to defy mass or walk through it. Right? The tetrahedron diagram showing that momentum walking together with the increased energy of the hyperspace energy being is tangent to the mass of the universe. Okay. All right. Let me pause. So I stop. Sis or nephew, y'all have anything to put on it? Oh, dig. That's what I get for trying to edit.
Well, the only thing I wanted to put on it was when you back to that diagram with the two triangles was the concept of as above, so below. And
that's a very good point.
The crossover, as you would say, that higher energy and lower energy has to be in balance.
It's a very good point. All right. Okay, so that was. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
I was thinking about clay the whole time. The whole time I was thinking about clay, because the Moors said they created species, right? And this says you can create species too with energy, but they had to give those energy things, the clay, their energy. So that means the clay doesn't have the ethereal energy of the universe. They don't. They can't do like we do. I can see they're looking for the alien man, or they're always looking for aliens, which we are kind of way different than they are because of the creation of who we are versus what they are. I heard. So, you can't give clay. You understand what I'm saying? You can't give clay that eternal ethereal energy. You may give him electrical shocks.
Very good. Very good analogy, sis. So, in
But
other words, you're talking organic,
versus
oneness,
spiritual.
wholeness, right?
Mhm.
Organic, oneness, wholeness, eternal souls,
Mhm.
and versus just robots, right?
Robots are clay inspired with, EKG stuff where they shock you to make you like the babies, the what you call it? Uh the Stark babies they're
Oh, the
trying to come up with. What they
incubators.
call
They
them?
call them incubator babies. Yeah.
Incubator babies. Those are electrically shocked individuals that they're trying to create, but they can't get the spiritualness or the energy from the universe into them. They'll never have it.
Like Frankenstein. Think
The
of
soul
Frankenstein.
part.
The soul, exactly.
Light.
The soul,
Mm-hmm.
which is the essence, right?
Exactly.
Right. No, I totally agree with that. Shit. It was a comment in here. I really wanted to read it because it was good. Now I done lost it. Doggone it. It was good too.
Shrugs has been putting out some stuff.
Yeah, it was from Shrugs too. He has said something. Oh, there it is. After the resonance, frequency alters the matter. Boom.
Right. That's why they created us that way.
Wait. Now who? Now come on, now speak for yourself, goddammit. Who is we and who is us, baby? Who you talking about?
The universe. The sounds that the frequencies that is in the universe. We were created from the ethers to exist in this realm. Well, I guess we decided to create ourselves to exist in this realm. Because we were always existing.
Exactly. So there was a cartoon a couple years ago. It was a cute little cartoon, but it's literally called Soul. And it was literally about, it had a lot of stuff in there. It had reincarnation. It had the astral plane in there. It was really a good cartoon. Cartoons be dropping a lot of stuff, y'all. And so basically the cartoon was talking about these souls being in the absolute. All right. And they were making the decision to incarnate to Earth. Okay. So it was really interesting. And it was truly an eye-opener. And they showed a scene. I remember a scene in that particular cartoon where you had the souls that were leaving out of the absolute, because in that particular absolute, they were showing that they were in soul school.
Wow.
Okay. And it was depending on how evolved folks were
to make the journey
for their particular assignment. Absolutely. And so when it was time for the souls to incarnate on Earth, they showed a scene that literally showed them going into like an egg. And I freeze framed that shit. I said, they gotta be kidding me, right?
Fairburn used to talk about walk-ins. When an egg is fertilized with a sperm, they jump in. That's what she said.
Okay, so I'm finna fuck y'all up. Let me sip this water. What do you think you did?
Jumped in. I jumped in. I hope I had enough sense to choose the right ones. And I don't know if you learn that up there or you see.
That's why y'all need to go watch that cartoon, Soul.
Mm-hmm.
They had the Akashic records.
Everything so that you can make a decision.
And one person was trying to escape their incarnation because they needed to come back to clear some stuff up. And they had swapped Akashic records with somebody and got on the slick and came down to earth. And so the Akashic record administrator had found out that this switcheroo had gone on. And so the administrator had to keep popping up on earth to try to reel this person back in. And the Akashic records and Admin and Baby, they was in the astral plane. I'm telling y'all, go watch that cartoon. They had the astral plane, and they had people that was just in the astral plane, just wandering around, just wandering. I was like, God damn, do they know what they putting in this cartoon? I'm like, yeah, they know what they putting in it. They know what they putting in here. So when the Akashic record administrator finally caught up with the person, they said, "You think that you can cheat the universe?" I said, "Wow." So yeah, y'all go check out that cartoon. It had it all there. So when we talk about walk-ins, I want y'all to go beyond just an infiltration walking in. What do you think you did? If you are an eternal soul having a physical experience in a simulation, did you not walk in? Did you not walk in to that fertilized egg?
Or jumped in or what? Something. The quickening. I think that's what they call the quickening, isn't it?
Did you not walk in?
When the life comes into a person.
Meaning the selection of the parents, the selection of the bloodline.
And that's when the heartbeat probably starts.
The walk-in is when that spark happens in that fertilized egg.
Yeah, electrical.
Exactly. When that electrical spark, that magnetic electrical spark happens with that fertilized egg, you know, when the sperm fertilizes the egg. And immediately at that time, there is a spark, a light. They literally could show it on infrared camera. That's the walk-in.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of blob of stuff. Yeah.
So that also means you walked in to the family you have, the parents you have. Now, a lot of it is cyclical. You say your daddy did that. Yeah, you know that's what men like to break. Yeah, I did that. Blah. Okay, all right, sir.
They take
all right, sir.
For everything.
Right. All right, sir. Okay, your little part. All right, I'm gonna give you. I ain't finna take your little part away from you, sir. But that means all of that was selected. You walked in. Okay?
So you can't complain.
And that means also it's cyclical. Because you chose to walk in to the bloodline that you walked in for a reason. Okay? And a lot of times it's cyclical. All right. Had a conversation with someone. Shout out to that person. They were talking about past life regressions and how, you could have been your parents. Your parents could have been your child at one time and vice versa. Okay. It's cyclical. You are an eternal soul having a physical experience. Okay. That's why also it's no guarantee when you run up on people that you think that you didn't met that are new, they more than likely, if you like vibing with them, notice how I said vibe. You probably known that person many, quote, quote, what we're calling lifetimes.
Lifetimes.
They could even be a part of a soul family where there's a group of souls that travel together to have this physical experience. And see what you're supposed to be doing when you're creating. Let me go back, y'all. Sorry, I don't mean to make y'all dizzy. But I gotta get to this point, goddammit. Goddammit, I gotta get to this point. That's why when you are navigating in this realm that you are supposed to be programming, you're supposed to be linking up with your soul family. Because you all have traveled together many times.
Many times.
Many times. And the collective of soul families make up the flower of life. You program and you control universes. This is what the ancient ancestors knew. And we're going to get to that. It ain't fencing to be tonight. But when I ran up on that, I said, oh, hell to the no. But it makes sense.
Well, in Judaism, they say, if I'm not mistaken, that you are created in a pod. Two people, maybe husband and wife, or, maybe you say as a family. And what happens is you're split apart at your conceptions. And then that's when you have to come and find yourself.
Right.
Again.
That's a very good point. Who you say that, sis?
Judaism. That's what they say.
That's really, really interesting.
Yeah. And I think the word is bershet. But, sometimes I
that's interesting. Wrong, but, wow. So, yeah. That's why you're supposed to be concentrating on self and those that resonate and vibrate with you, your soul family. Okay?
Yeah.
And who knows? You probably incarnated back because you're incarnating back into that same bloodline that can't get right to keep leaving blueprints, i.e., genetic codes, to get them to evolve, to complete the organic flower of life. That's why they keep checking DNA. Because they want to see those genetic markers.
But the problem for me on that one, even if they see them, they can use things to slow you down from being able to
What can they use? What can they use to slow you down?
Nothing. But
exactly.
They can't. Yeah, because what can he do? Nothing.
Exactly.
They just spend money trying.
I don't give a damn about what they trying. That's not my focus. My focus is my tuning, my purpose.
They want to break the cycle.
Linking up with my soul. Again, I'm going to restate that. I don't give a damn what they are doing. My focus is my tuning, my purpose, and linking up with my soul family to create.
Yes. I mean, one of the things I know they really try to do all the time, because a lot of them, you can look in their eyes and see their soul is not there.
Don't care.
Because you could see.
Still don't care.
No, I know you can, but they're trying to.
Don't care.
Capture that.
Don't care.
Trying to capture.
Don't care. Don't care. Again, my purpose is my tuning.
Yeah.
To continue to be a creator and to link up with my soul family to create. When you are a creator, don't matter what nobody else says or does.
Boss in the game. That's true.
I don't give a fuck if this motherfucker burned down as I sit here and talk this shit. Still don't care. Because energy cannot be destroyed.
Cannot be created nor destroyed. So the created part they can't do. And the destroyed they can't do it either. Nothing.
Now if they could do a knockoff version, okay?
Yeah. Machines.
They could do a knockoff version. That knockoff version will never equate or stand up to a true organic soul. So I'm not concerned. I don't give a damn about none of that. My concern is my tuning, what my purpose is, what I'm creating, linking up with my soul family, creating bigger things.
Right.
See, if we want to talk about elevation, we want to talk about higher consciousness, we want to talk about God level, this the shit you have to talk about. I don't give a fuck about none of that other stuff. Okay? You have the power to create universes. If you're linking up with your soul family, you could tear this motherfucker totally down, strip it down to the bones, and rebuild it up. Because remember, this is a simulation. Or you can wipe it out and go create something new. Okay? All right. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to make y'all dizzy. My bad. Sorry. All right. Okay, so we think we talked about that tetrahedron diagram showing the momentum walking together with the increased energy of the hyperspace energy being its tangent to the mass of the universe. All right. Okay. We'll get to this. This was another patent we went through. This wasn't a patent. My bad, y'all. This was actually a study. This is literally a study.
Yeah.
The Army's gateway process. Okay, you can go look it up. You can pause this video. Here is the exact link to get to this particular study. We even went over this study line item by line item, okay? This was literally the alphabet boys studying you, okay? And they also admitted that the universe is a hologram / simulation. Okay. So just real quick, it's talking about holograms. Energy creates, stores, and retrieves meaning in the universe by projecting or expanding at certain frequencies in a three-dimensional mode that creates a living pattern called a hologram. The concept of the hologram can most easily understood by using an example cited by Bentoff, in which he asked the reader to visualize a bowl full of water into which 3 pebbles are dropped. As the ripples created by the simultaneous entry of the 3 pebbles radiate outwards towards the rim of the bowl, Bentoff further asked the reader to visualize that the surface of the water is suddenly flash frozen so that the ripple patterns is preserved instantly. The ice is removed, leaving the 3 pebbles still laying at the bottom of the bowl. Then the ice is exposed to a powerful, coherent source of light such as a laser. The results will be a 3-dimensional model or a representation of the position of the 3 pebbles suspended in mid-air. So just to give you more content, this experiment was Bentoff having the participants, thanks Shrugs for dropping that in the chat for the fam, okay, to get to this study. Let me try to pin it to the top. All right. Okay, so it's pinned at the top of the chat now, so you can go pull this entire study yourself. So just to give some content to this, Bentoff is talking the participants through visualizing the 3 pebbles being dropped in the bowl of water, and then telling them to imagine it being frozen. Okay, so people are thinking this. The participants are thinking this. They're not physically doing it, they're thinking it. And they just put that infrared light on it, and they saw, just by the thoughts of those participants, they actually saw the hologram of what they were thinking. Right? So once again, they're proving that this is a simulation. Okay? This is why, if you can use your thoughts, this is why, sorry, I'm making y'all dizzy. I'm sorry. I apologize for this. I apologize. This is why, if you link up with like-minded people, your soul family, how you can create an entire realm, how you can program and override an entire realm. Okay? The hijack occurs that we see today is because the collective consciousness feeds into the illusion that was given. If the collective consciousness changes their thought process and all get on the same tune, no pun intended, it would change, and it would change instantly. That's why whatever you do in your quote, quote, life, you are supposed to be doing it and flowing it with people who are on your same frequency. Okay? It is an alchemy to this. All right. Sorry, I'm making you dizzy. Sorry. Apologize up in advance. Apologize. All right. So holograms are capable of encoding so much detail that, for example, it is possible to take a holographic projection of a glass of swamp water and view it under magnification to see small organisms not visible to the naked eye when the glass of water itself is examined. The whole concept of holography, despite its scientific implications, has only been known to the physicists since the underlying mathematical principles were worked out by Dennis Kabbalah in 1947. Okay. So you meant to tell me that they've been knowing since 1947 that your thoughts create realities. So in other words, this hologram started with thought or consciousness. Okay?
It did.
Okay? The purest kind of light available to us is the light produced by a laser, which sends out a beam in which all the waves are of one frequency, like those made by an ideal pebble in a perfect pond. When two laser beams touch, they produce an interference pattern of light and dark ripples that can be recorded on a photographic plate. And if one of the beams, instead of coming directly from the laser, is reflected first off an object such as a human face, the resulting patterns will be very complex indeed, but it can still be recorded. The record will be a hologram of the face. The part encodes the whole. Okay. So notice, as they're going through this, they ain't said shit in here about no duality. All they've talked about is energy, your consciousness / thought, and the whole. On further importance is the fact that even if we dropped our frozen hologram of the ripple pattern on the floor, now this is what I found cold-blooded, baby. So even if we dropped our frozen hologram of the ripple pattern on the floor and broke it into a number of pieces, each individual piece would recreate the entire holograph image all by itself. The smaller the piece, the fuzzier and more distorted would be the resulting holographic projection. But the fact remains that a whole projection would nonetheless be made. Now, I'm fixing to tell you something. This is why people struggle with creation from thoughts. Okay? One of the main reasons is they break the concentration of their creation. And it shatters. They've already proven that your thoughts create the reality. Your thoughts create the hologram. And they've proven that if you don't concentrate and follow it through and stay focused, you get distracted, that it'll shatter.
What?
And even in the point where it shatters, they can see those individual shattered pieces make up the creation that you were trying to do. Okay? That's why when you hear people talk about the universe gives you exactly what you ask for, they're not making it up. It's not mumbo jumbo. It's the science on how the universe actually works. Now, shout out to Sis Divinity. She remembered this. It's 3 of us came together to create some stuff. All right. We all wrote our intentions. We wrote our mantras. We purposely did it at a specific time, all together. And we did it that way to make what we were creating that much more powerful and pronounced, and to have it come back quickly. She is my witness. Out of the 3 of us, 2 of us got exactly what we wanted and more. The person that didn't get what they want, we hadn't even finished the mantra, the little meditation session, and they was already saying, well, that ain't gonna work for me. And the universe said, oh, okay, that's your command. It ain't gonna work for you. I'm gonna grant you your command.
Yeah.
If you continue to focus on what you don't want, that's what you're gonna get. What you don't want. You're giving the universe your command, and it will oblige.
Oh, you broke? Okay, you broke.
You're supposed to be focusing on your intent on what you want.
Why to manifest wealth.
It is a science with this. This is a hologram. It is programmable. You can program it. You are a creator. Ye are God. That's what it means when it's talking about ye are God. You can program what you want. Everything happens in the unseen first before it comes to the scene, what we're calling the scene, this universe in physical matter. Okay? So when you're on your shit, when you're on your purpose, doesn't matter what anybody, and matter, no pun intended, what somebody else is doing, what somebody else is saying. You're supposed to be focused on your purpose, making it happen. All right. Okay, so I thought that was real dope. Let me see what else, because now we at the 11 o'clock mark, and I think, let me see if I get into the other one. Yeah, we gonna have to. I know you remember this, Sis Sandra, the absolute loop. Okay, we'll get on that next week, because this is actually, they showed you the absolute in that cartoon Soul. So that should be y'all homework. Go watch that cartoon Soul. Okay, we're gonna get into the absolute next week. Okay, but to wrap up, they have proven to you, this study of consciousness was the study of you. You are the biggest commodity in this realm. Your consciousness fuels this realm. Your energy fuels this realm. You are supposed to be programming you, i.e., tuning your frequency. And you're supposed to be creating. You're supposed to be linking up with your soul family to create on a larger spectrum. That's what this is about. Okay? All that other shit is distractions. Right? Okay. So I ain't going into overtime tonight, y'all, because I think this was enough. Because once I get in the absolute, that's something else we got to digest. All right? So this is enough for you to chew on. Okay? Until next week. All right? Okay. So, let me get out of here and kind of wind down. Nephew, you have any last words for the family?
We love you. Thank you for bringing this information forth and remixing it accordingly, because we did walk through this years back, but I don't believe the fam or the frequency wasn't at the level where we should be at that point.
Yep.
We skimmed through it. We went through it detailed. But it was, oh, that was interesting. Now we're literally standing on it to say, no. This is facts. This is real. And this is how we should operate accordingly. Because all the rest of trying to get reparations, Black people power, all that is so worthless, and it's the biggest distraction that's given to us. So we don't do this. We don't rise our frequency and focus on self. And the one thing, as you demonstrated, if the family could collectively come together and focus on an intent with positive affirmations and with the focus that we will accomplish, that it's already done, and it's just for us to wait on it to slow down enough so we can see it in this 3D realm, then we have nothing to worry about. And that's, as you said, the one individual that had the doubt, they got exactly what they asked for. So stop focusing on the negative. Stop bringing the negative energy, or start putting your energy towards that negative focus. The disillusion, as they would call us, and only focus on the positive. Like you were telling Auntie Sandra, you don't care. You don't care how they feel. We don't care how they think. We don't care. Because you got to a point where you realize that it's all on you. I'm living a life too. I'm looking out and I'm saying, hold on, I've brought all of this into my manifestation. So these problems that I'm having, okay, I'm supposed to learn something now from it. Because you know what? I'm being forced to have to go through this pain or pressure, but I know Spirit has a lesson for it. And if I don't, if I hold on to the negative side of it, oh, well, it's costing me this, it's costing me that, then I will repeat it and it will cost me even more. But if I'm able to see it as a lesson and say, okay, I'm going to be a better individual after having gone through this process, it's going to work, as you said, in my favor, and I'm going to gain more from having gone through it. It's based on your perspective. It's based on how you're seeing the moment in time. So we have to literally be the alchemist that we are and take shit and make it into sugar, turn water, make it into wine, and do things that people basically tell us we can't do. We don't have to affirm with them that it's done. We don't have to agree with them that it can't be done. We just have to fucking do it. We can do it quietly. So with that, I love you, family. Thank you for recognizing who you are and tapping into Truth Uncompromised every day and being part of this social dialogue, so we can be the family that we always were. Because this is what we did back in the day. We used to tribe up, we used to vibe up, and used to come collective, have what we call the powwow, and go about our business. Collectively put our energies together. And
control weather, all of that.
Manifest anything we wanted. We were never in
fly up into the sky.
We always had abundance. We were always in abundance because we can manifest anything we want. But then they put a tax on it, and they're like, "Oh, now this piece of rock it costs this." Oh, okay. And we believed it. We ran with it. We could have manifested anything we wanted. So with that, we love you. See y'all next week. Give thanks. Hurrah.
Thank you, nephew. Thank you. Love you. Thank you.
Good night, nephew.
Sis,
thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
You know, this was good.
Child.
I don't care if we did go over it before.
I know we went over and I have to keep, and I just bear with me, family. I'm going to keep like doing that throughout this series, just like I did with the Black Sun. Because when we get done with this, y'all going to know this shit like this. People going to come up to y'all talking about numerology, and you're going to be like, show me what you got. Okay, da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm doing this for a purpose. But yeah, so bear with me and be patient. So hopefully every time I'm redoing this, you're getting something different out of it.
Yeah.
But you have any last words for the fam, sis?
Yes, I mean it's inspiring. Shrugs, none your business. Midnight Decipher, Israelite Light.
Yeah,
that was really good. I was enjoying every bit of what you put down, and everybody else too that I didn't call your name. I hate calling names because then everybody go get offended if I miss one. But I like reading what you. I love reading. Yeah, so the whole family, it's really great, and everybody has more knowledge than what we have, or contributed more to what we say is great. I love it. And I love your participation. Like I said, you guys rock.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's really, PhD stuff too. It's really great. And tonight, I learned how the wind shapes items by the frequency that it carries. I was watching the wind blow back in the storm, blow back the water, and it was just bouncing the water back up, just pushing the water up. And I'm like, look at that wind. And so it's really interesting that everything can create if it has a frequency.
Absolutely. And everything does have a frequency. And, shout out to Sis Kells. She put in here, yes, for controlling weather. No, I love to bring the sun out. Yeah, I witnessed it. Remember when we was at the mounds and it was like getting ready to rain? And we thought about like the sun need to come out. I'm cold. Shit, we should have focused on that shit in Atlanta now that I think about it, because I about froze to death. But the point being, I've witnessed you do that. And then next thing you know, it got sunny and it was coming up out of them clothes. And you was like, it got sunny. I'm like, well, didn't you command for the sun to come out, sis? I mean, I do remember that 15, 20 minutes ago. So yes, I know you do, sis. I am a living witness. I saw you do it. Absolutely. Yeah, sis, I don't know. And you and I ass was there up on that mountain freezing. Now, we know better. I was shivering, girl. Like, shit, we should have been made that sun come out. Shit. I'm sorry. Yes, nephew. Go ahead. Go ahead, nephew.
No, what got me with this whole conversation is think of the church. If we were in that position, if we had a higher priestesses at the head of the church, quote unquote, and she was all getting us to have that moment in time on a different frequency, what could we be doing with that energy source? Because they have us focused on Jeebus, but we know that's bullshit. Imagine if we had that, if it was an ancestor of an oracle that was in front of us instead of a male pastor, where we had an oracle, and she was directing that body of energy accordingly as she was tapping into, what would we be doing with ourselves? Think of Avatar, for example, when they're all sitting along the tapping into the tree, and there is that one person directing what's going on. That's where we should be. We should be. And I believe that's how they usurp that energy. They put the male at the head, and now instead of praising ourselves, essentially, we're praising a figurehead.
Right.
And that energy is going.
I want you to think about something, and I know you know this, nephew, because you're sharp enough. Where does the Catholic Church get its power?
The people.
Who does the Catholic Church bow down to?
Sorry. The Black Madonna.
Exactly. So they're already harnessing the energy of the feminine. All they did is just harness that energy, but put a public face on it as a man to spread patriarch across the planet.
And they getting defeated
they're
right
doing
now.
that because they have to respect the energy as it is. But that's what I'm saying. Imagine if we had that.
If we were practicing how we were supposed to be practicing this, how the ancestors practiced it, we wouldn't be in this situation that we're in. Because see, we're stuck on duality. We're not stuck on oneness and wholeness. We're stuck on duality.
Right. That's exactly what it is.
I'm a man, you a woman. Okay, we're split.
Let's fight.
Patriarch is all about one domination over another, the split. So for the ignorance, when we talk about matriarch, you show me where your intelligent level is when you automatically put matriarch with feminism and you put matriarch with dominating the masculine.
That's still a patriarchal mindset.
It is very much so a patriarchal mindset because the matriarch is the whole. That's the wholeness.
Yeah. They're hiding from you. They're putting that label on it.
So we're not practicing it. They're practicing it. Them secret societies, I can guarantee you, all of them work off of the feminine energy. Not because they love, quote, quote, women and feminine energy, but because they understand the alchemy and the science. And that's why I told black men, I've been telling y'all for years, you niggas gonna stay on the bottom. As long as you feel, and of course not all of you, those that rock with us, we know who you are, we see you and all of that. Shit. Shout out to y'all. I rocks with y'all. Okay?
Old man.
But those that feel you have to dominate the feminine, you gonna fucking stay losing. You're gonna stay losing. And the very science that a lot of your ancestors followed that you fucking refuse to follow, because see, you got to rule over something and somebody instead of ruling over your motherfucking self. You're going to stay losing. Because one thing you cannot do in this hologram, in this simulation, can't break the rules. And when you go against women, you're breaking the rules. And you're going to get your ass handed to you every time.
Karma's a bitch.
Literally, okay? She'll take that title, okay?
Literally.
Shit.
All right now.
I'm just trying to say. Shit.
You're
gonna fuck around and find out, baby, with the universe. Keep fucking with the feminine. Keep right on the head. You gonna get that work.
Found out.
Shit. That's why you are losing. That's why people are struggling. All this gender war shit. I told y'all this shit had to happen.
Oh, yeah.
People are not adjusting to the elevation, the spiritual elevation that is going on. They are literally, remember we went over the clock, and that's going to come back. We went over the clock and those ages. You got people literally 2-3 ages behind. And it shows. Energy all fucked up, all off. And other folks that moved on They're literally about wholeness, linking up with their true peeps. Ain't nobody got time for that fuckery, baby. You mad because ain't nobody made your funk ass no sandwich. And if you was a beautiful soul, nigga, you wouldn't have to bully nobody to make your funk ass no sandwich. Shit. You probably get a roast out of the deal. But since your attitude is rancid, you got fucked up energy, you don't get no sandwich up in this bitch. You don't get a piece of bread up in this bitch. You don't get a grain of rice up in this bitch. So keep on going against the feminine. You're going to keep getting your ass handed to you.
But they say a happy wife is a happy life. So the feminine energy has to groove and be at level of harmony, or you in trouble.
Because that's what makes things move in its construct. Yeah. And when I talk about feminine energy, it's the wholeness. So it encompasses that masculine energy. It's the oneness. It's not this polarity shit. That's what got you fucked up. You're worried about what people doing with their body parts, all of that.
Yes, useless subject.
So keep on, because the universe gonna keep handing you your ass.
Yep. So planet.
Shit, you worried about somebody making your funk ass a sandwich and your attitude is rancid. Child, if you don't go somewhere, shit. All right, sis. So that was your last words.
I think it was.
Okay, shit. How the hell I get on sandwiches?
I don't know. Somebody said something about PB&Js.
Shit, I don't know. Anyhow, all right, fam. So we'll be back next week. We will get into the gateway process. Because remember, we went over that, but I'm hoping that this information hits you differently. Okay, and it should.
It did.
It should, because you've opened up your consciousness, so it's hitting you differently. Yeah. Okay, so we'll be back next week to talk a little bit more about gateways. We're gonna get into some timeline stuff if quote quote time permits. All right, so we'll be back next week, fam. Thank you all for your support. Watch out for the podcast. I'm trying to keep up with the rumblings of what's going on in the financial sector, because that's another big shift that's happening. Okay, and it has everything to do with how the energy is moving on the planet. So make sure that you keep up with that as well. And also watch the community wall. I'm throwing a lot of stuff on there about the Black Europeans and identity and all of that. So I'm trying to do the variety so you can put all of the pieces together, because it all ties in. It's all patterns. It all ties in. Even all of this stuff that we're discussing and we're learning, it's a pattern. Okay? It's a reason for it. Okay? So we will be back next week. Thank you to the YouTube family. Thank you to the family chat. Y'all always throwing down great information as usual. And thanks to the YouTube family watching us. We will be back next week. Thanks to my co-host. So thank you, nephew. Thank you, nephew Nuwa. Appreciate you joining us tonight. All right. And thanks to sis Sandra. Thanks, sis. Appreciate you joining us tonight as well. All right.
Thank you. I think I saw Brother Sean in the chat. But
yeah, shout out. I know he popped in for a little bit. So shout out to Brother Sean. Hey, shout out Brother Sean. All right. Okay, fam. So with that said, go create. Go live your life. Go do you. Go love yourself. And make it happen. So with that said, fam, we are Truth Uncompromised, and we're going to rock out with our closing. Peace and love, fam. We will see you
Peace and
all next week. We'll pick back up next week.
Peace and love. See you guys.